All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, appreciate you guys being here today. Appreciate you joining me and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. I don't know. Well, I'm sure you guys are probably fixated on the fact that my face is mostly shaved. But what I'm fixated on right now is I have a new camera angle. I really don't know how obvious that is. Like, you'll probably notice I'm shifted this way a little bit more, or maybe a lot more, because I have a different configuration. So I don't know how much has changed on your end. It feels very different to me because it's not a new setup, but it's a slightly new configuration, new camera angle. But yeah, I figured, if I shaved my face, that'll probably distract you from that. But oh, you didn't even know I shaved. Okay. Yeah, I didn't shave all the way. Like, didn't take a razor to the face or anything like that, Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate the compliments. Very kind of you guys. Well, I do hope everybody is doing well today. Some really great weather today, which I very much appreciate. Let me tell you. It's really nice outside. Yeah, Doolin, it's unfortunate what happened. Doolin Jones says, MBG, I was going to say about my super chat last Friday. Cheers. I've heard Astro Bot's the most pre-ordered PlayStation Studios Japanese title of all time. It'll do numbers. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that, man. That rarely ever happens, but when I had ended the stream, I walked away, and then I came back, and the chat was still up. I think the chat stays live after a stream for about like 5 minutes or so. And I saw that you had a super chat there, and I was like, oh, damn, like, I missed it. Or maybe the stream was on a bit of a delay. But what was really annoying about it, not your super chat, but about YouTube, is when I went to go check, YouTube keeps track of all super chats. But this is like the first time I went back to go check, and it wasn't there. Like, your super chat wasn't there. And I'm looking right now, it's still not there. So, Doolin, I do apologize for that, man. That's like a really strange situation that frankly has like never occurred before. So I'm assuming what you just said is basically what your super chat said, though, that Astro Bot is the most pre-ordered Japanese developed PlayStation game of all time, like from their own studios. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I think the real question is if Astro Bot is going to sell well enough for Sony to come out and talk about it. I think that's the real test. I think we need to kind of temper our expectations, not to try to like be a buzzkill, but just to be realistic in that I really don't know how well this game is going to sell. It does seem like it has a lot going for it, and it seems like it's off to a strong start. But I really want to see if Sony actually comes out and talks about sales data, because what I can tell you is that if this game sells really well, or certainly a lot better than Sony expected, they will probably talk about it to a certain extent or make some kind of announcement. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. The comment from Ben Studio's ex-creative director. Yeah, really, really strange situation. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a rundown of the topics we're going to be discussing today and what we're going to be talking about. The first topic we're going to discuss is about Astro Bot. I've been playing it, as I'm sure many of you have. So I want to give my impressions. I want to talk about my thoughts on the game. I did do a members stream where I played like the first hour and a half. But I do want to go more in depth, because I think I've completed 2 worlds so far, and man, I'm very impressed. Let me tell you, I'm very impressed with this game and the level of quality, and just, I mean, as weird as it sounds, man, like just how much joy it kind of brings. I mean, like, really, I was playing it last night, and there were a couple of moments where I just was like actually laughing out loud, or just kind of talking to myself out loud, like, wow, no way, this is crazy. And I feel like it's been a long time since I played a game that kind of did that. So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the PS5 Pro once again. I want to have a discussion with you guys. I see PS Gamer. Thank you for that, buddy. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know why that notification didn't go off on my end. You have 3 direct chats, so I'm going to read them in just a moment. Let me just finish giving the rundown of what we're going to be discussing. So the reason why I want to talk about the PS5 Pro is because the current rumor is that the PS5 Pro is going to be revealed as soon as this Tuesday or Wednesday. So the reveal is literally knocking on the door right now. And I wanted to kind of have this discussion before it's revealed, right? Like, is the PS5 Pro pointless? Is there a point to this console? What really inspired me to want to talk about this and have this conversation is not just the fact that the PS5 Pro is about to be revealed, but also in my last video, I noticed there were quite a few comments where people were being very, very, very negative towards the PS5 Pro. So I just figured we could entertain this conversation and talk about it, and I could give my 2 cents. We're also going to be talking about Herman Holst. Probably not too long on this topic, but Herman, good old Herman, came out and he talked a little bit about how he feels currently about PlayStation Studios and the games lineup and the different types of games they have. So we'll cover that. And then we also have a very awkward and strange situation with the former director of Sony Bend and the director of Days Gone, like straight up dumping. Sorry for that pregnant pause there. Not the best time to use it, but straight up dumping all over Astro Bot, and not a good look, man. Like, it's just really have to wonder what they were thinking, but we'll talk about that as well. But PS Gamer, you have, let me see here. So you have 3 direct donations, which thank you so much. You say, hey, MBG, did you catch that Days Gone ex-developer throwing shade at Sony again? This time it's about Deacon showing up in Astro Bot. Every time that guy opens his mouth, he sounds like a kid who never grew up. My guess, he's probably got some personal beef with Sony's management. That's probably why he got the boot and Days Gone 2 got axed. If you ask me, Bend Studio's better off without someone like that around. So, yeah, this is a very strange situation, PS Gamer. And I'm going to actually go over the details so everybody knows what we're talking about right now. And I guess we'll start with this topic since, you did a direct donation about it. And PS Gamer, I'm going to give you my thoughts on this in just a moment because, yeah, it's really, really strange. And Chris Brown says, I saw yesterday that the PS5, or I saw that PS5 Pro is a blog post. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, Chris. We're going to talk about that as well. Guys, listen, before we go any further, I want to, once again, just thank everybody for tuning in. Shout out to anybody who watches the streams later on if you can't catch them live. Do me a favor, hit that like button. We're sitting at 68 likes. I want to see a big push. All right, we have over 340 people here hanging out, which is great to see. I want to see a big push. Let's see if we can get to 100 likes and go beyond that. It helps the streams tremendously. I just want to say you guys have been doing great when it comes to liking the streams. We've been getting more people joining the streams, getting more subscribers. So for those of you who have been hitting the like button, keep up the good work. It's been helping. Chill out, boss. But yeah, there are a couple of ways you can support this channel directly. This channel is completely fan-funded. I rely on you guys. I rely on the community to be able to deliver this content. Not sure if you just heard boss right there. He's like yelling at me. But a couple of ways you can support the content. Consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive perks, get to support the channel directly. Consider gifting memberships. That's the second way you can help out. It's a big thing we do here. We're shooting for a goal of 25 members. If we hit 25 members, we will feed the beast and the Micro Panther. If we hit 50 members, we'll throw in some reps as well at the end of the stream. The third way is you can donate a super chat, ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between. It all helps tremendously. And the fourth bonus way is there is a direct donation link at the top of the chat. You can leave a message just like you would a super chat, but 100% of what you donate goes directly to the content creator. So shout out to all of you guys who support the channel and the community. Literally could not do it without you. I just realized too, my bad. I forgot to update the. Oh wow, that's like a first. Yeah, I forgot to update the trophies at the top there. So no worries. I'll do that at the end of the stream. I'll make sure to get to that. Been very busy lately. Not that that's necessarily an excuse, but boss, what is your problem, man? Chill. He's like over here freaking out. Cobb Sanity with the super chat says, for people talking about how we don't need a pro, then don't buy it so I can get one. Well, there you go. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be surprised to see that like the PS5 Pro is probably going to sell out almost instantly. William, yeah, I saw that, bro. So let's talk about this, okay? Have a report here from Push Square. Days Gone director roasts small game Astro Bot PS5 for Deacon St. John cameo. In a rare instance of unity, gamers seem to unanimously agree that Astro Bot is extraordinary, but Days Gone director John Garvin disagrees. The outspoken ex-Ben Studio veteran has taken to Twitter to share his dissatisfaction with Deacon St. John's cameo in the PS5 exclusive platformer, noting, quote, "My character has been reduced to a cartoon shill promoting some small game," end quote. It all started when Ben Studio posted some Astro Bot-inspired artwork to celebrate the new title's release, something which the various first-party teams will usually do when a fresh game launches. Quote, "Kind of sad that Deke has been reduced to promoting other games. Well done, Ben Studio. Way to protect your legacy." Garvin's comments were quickly rebutted by fans who noted that a large part of Astro Bot's fun comes from its reverence to various PlayStation franchises, both new and old, but John Garvin wasn't having any of it and even told one user to sit down, adults are talking. It's not the first time the former director has used social media to criticize his followers and former employees. So, yeah, if I look over at this Twitter reaction, or his tweet here, it is yeah, I like, this is just one of those things where it's like, look, man, I loved Days Gone. And I think that John Garvin's work on Days Gone was great. Obviously, I love the game, you know? But yeah, this is like kind of next level cringe where it's like, you're telling somebody on Twitter to sit down, adults are talking, you're acting like a child. You know? Like, Sony, Team Asobi putting Deacon St. John in Astro Bot is a good thing. It is only a good thing. And if you're somebody who worked on Days Gone, or if you were the creator of Days Gone, like, sure, you can have your feelings and your opinions on the people at Sony from an executive level, or the people at Ben Studio that are there now that maybe you didn't get along with. But I just think it's straight up disrespectful and kind of clownish, in all honesty, to come out and make it seem like this is some kind of bad thing, and this is like Team Asobi's way of trying to, or even Ben Studio, like Ben Studio's way of trying to crap on their own legacy. It's just sad, man, and it's frankly pathetic, and I just feel like, you know, the reality is people are going to walk away from this interaction that John Garvin put out here, and they're going to think to themselves, kind of like exactly what PS Gamer said a moment ago. They're going to think, man, no wonder why Sony didn't want anything to do with this person and they let him go. No wonder why there was some kind of civil war at the studio. Because this is just, I feel like this reveals something about a person's personality, and it's not good. It's like, dude, you can't see that Deacon St. John being part of Astro Bot, a game that's going to go down in history as one of the, I'd say is like a go-to game to celebrate the history of gaming, right? Like, I think it's safe to say that that's what Astro Bot will end up doing. It'll be a game that people always look back on and always go back to celebrate the history of gaming. And it's not just PlayStation, right? I mean, it goes well beyond that to many third-party publishers and developers and studios and IP. And so I feel like this is one of those things where it's like any reasonable, rational person would be able to look at that and be like, yeah, it really sucks that Sony kind of screwed us over and didn't give us a sequel, but you know, it's good. It's nice to see this character that we created part of this. I just feel like that's such a bizarrely childish take, man. I don't know. I think the whole idea of him calling Astrobot like a small game and just kind of like, I don't know, almost like looking down on it. It's like, bro, come on, man. What the hell? It's just not a good look. But I'll tell you what, if you look at this post, yeah, people are really calling him out. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm looking at some of the replies. Somebody says, come on, dude, it's a celebration of the brand's legacy, and Days Gone is a big part of the brand. Dozens upon dozens of video game characters are present in Astro Bot, but somehow Bend is tarnishing their legacy. Low IQ take. This game is the highest rated game of the year, one of the highest rated games of all time. It's all about honoring iconic characters in gaming, and Deke is one of them. I thought this would have actually made you happy. I mean, look, man, I do completely understand like the frustration to an extent, and I have understood it to an extent, but there's a limit. It's like, if you want to express your frustration that you really feel like Days Gone deserved a sequel, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think Days Gone deserved a sequel. I don't think it got a fair shake at the end of the day. And, you know, it sold like 10 million units, and it just was kind of, you know, like, okay, we're going to move on. I get it. Like, I could totally understand how if you were certainly the creator of that, kind of realizing like that could have been one of Sony's biggest franchises even today, I get it. But I just feel like even with understanding that, there's just, again, there's lines here where it's like, this is only a good thing. This is only a good thing. Drive By Joe says, I think PlayStation just didn't want The Last of Us and Days Gone to be going against each other. Both are zombie games. It wasn't the right time for Days Gone. Yeah, I mean, I think it goes beyond that too. I think from a portfolio standpoint, Herman Hulst took over PlayStation Studios in 2019. Herman Hulst probably felt like, yeah, there is a bit of conflict there. We have two post-apocalyptic games that feature infected, you know, and hordes and stuff, and surviving. So, yeah, I think from a portfolio standpoint, Herman probably thought, you know, maybe we should diversify a little bit here. But also, we can't forget that there was apparently some kind of internal strife at Bend Studio where apparently half of that studio, or at least a good portion of that studio, didn't want to work on a Days Gone sequel. They wanted to work on something brand new. And so it kind of explains why the top two people who were responsible for the creation of Days Gone, why they were like abruptly let go. And now there's new management there. And I will say this. Putting John Garvin's comments aside, just focusing on Sony Bend. Sony Bend has been confirmed to be working on a live service game. This was confirmed through their own ads and job listings. So I'm going to remain somewhat reserved when it comes to what Bend Studios' next game is, because what I will say is it's going to be really depressing if Sony Bend's new game is revealed to be some kind of multiplayer live service title that very clearly looks like it's going to not appeal to people the way that they thought it would. It's going to be something maybe that people weren't expecting in a bad way. it will be a very bad look if Sony Ben's new game doesn't generate excitement when it's revealed, because it will be stacked up against, but it could have been Days Gone 2. You know, do you get what I'm saying? So if it's just like some kind of live service game and it's like, wow, this, you know, it's going for like that type of art style, you know, the kind of bright, colorful, somewhat cartoonish. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's like, again, considering their last game was Days Gone and people wanted a Days Gone sequel, it'll look weird on Ben Studios' part. I mean, I'm hopeful, right? Like, I'm going to be reserved, but I am ultimately hopeful that whatever Sony Ben's next game is going to be something good and exciting. Something that looks very appealing to me. Broccoli Rob, you're saying Days Gone was mid. Not everybody loved it. Not everybody loved it. There are certainly plenty of people who thought it was just kind of average and, you know, super unoriginal. Cobb Sanity with another super chat says, MBG, it's a character in Astro Bot that Sony doesn't own the IP, but it's part of Sony's history. You don't see that company who owns the IP mad about it. Well, to be clear, Cobb Sanity, Days Gone is owned by Sony. The Days Gone intellectual property is owned by Sony. So I would say that's the one correction I want to point out here. Oh, unless, hold on, my bad. You're saying, because I see that Chris Brown responded to what you said. If you're referring to other characters outside of Deacon St. John, yes. I don't want to spoil anything, although I think most people know. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so there are actually games or characters from games in Astro Bot that are owned by Microsoft, I guess we could say, that are now in this game. So, you know, just something worth keeping in mind. MBG, Ben Studio is working on a single player game with a multiplayer component like SOCOM, like Warhawk, like Killzone. That's what you've been asking for. So here's the thing about that. I don't know that that's true. I do not know that there's going to be a single player in this game. I want to make it clear that, as far as I'm aware, there has not been official confirmation in any way, shape, or form from Ben Studio or from any job listings from that studio that there is a single player component. The only thing we've had confirmed officially, I want to emphasize the word officially, new IP, live service. Those are the only two things that have officially been confirmed. Ben Studio has not explicitly stated they are making a single player component. I think, hold on, unless I did miss something, Irfan says, MBG, that's not true. Read their job ad. They said that they are changing the studio from traditional to live service. Well, Irfan, doesn't that back up what I just said, though? Right? Like, I'm not saying there won't be. I want there to be. I'm just simply saying that, as far as I'm aware, like, and I've been paying pretty close attention to this. As far as I'm aware, we do not know if there will be single player in this new game. We do know it will be live service. We do know it's going to be a new IP. That's all we know. And so it makes me a little bit trepidatious. Oh, okay. All right. My bad, Irfan. I really hope Ben doesn't drop the ball with their new game, because, you know, to see a studio that could have went on to make a Days Gone 2, and then instead they come out with some kind of live service title that maybe nobody asked for. I don't know. Maybe it'll be cool, though. Does make me a little bit nervous, though. Can't deny it. I'll remain hopeful until we see it. David, you're saying Ben said it was a new IP with multiplayer, but again, did they? They're willing to listen. They're willing to confirm multiplayer. They've confirmed there will be multiplayer. They confirmed in a job listing it'll be live service. They have yet to use the term single player. They have not used the term single player. I just think we have to keep that in mind. And I think it's important to keep that in mind so that way people aren't let down and disappointed. Yeah. We should just wait till it's revealed because depending on which direction they go in, I mean, it has to be better than Concord and Fair Games, right? 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 Somebody tell me I'm right, damn it. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this situation with this Ben Studio, former Ben Studio developer. Not a good situation. Not a good look. Very questionable how, why they thought this would go down well, or maybe they just didn't care, but yeah, not a good look. Wait, hold on. I see everybody's saying wrong, right, wrong. Hold on. All right, let me see if I can nip this in the bud right now. Let's see. Sony Bend new IP single player. Top thing that comes up, a Reddit post from 5 months ago saying Sony Ben's next game may be live service. Covered that. Days Gone Studios new IP is a live service game. So this is from Game Rant. So this is from the job listing. Lead our agile strategy and process in alignment with our studio goals, the specific needs of our teams, and the key phases of development, pre-production, production, live services, hands-on game development experience and leadership roles, shipping AAA live service games, experience redefining studios from traditional boxed product focused development into live service development studios in a key leadership role. So, yeah, man, I mean, look, this is a job listing from this year. It seems pretty clear. Oh, they're saying it'll be worse than Concord. I hope not. But yeah, just to clear that up, just to bring it up, their latest job listing was basically saying, like, look, we got to go from single player to multiplayer live service. But that's exactly what the job listing stated. They're literally looking for somebody in a leadership position that can go from transforming from a traditional box product to a live service. I think that tells us everything we need to know. I just really pray, man, that this game is cool and looks fun and looks exciting, because if Sony comes out with a first-party studio and reveals another underwhelming live service game, I think PlayStation fans are going to snap. I think that's going to break PlayStation fans, because it's like, bro, we can't do this anymore. Siphon Filter live service. I mean, something like that, Another Sony flop incoming. I hope not, man. But guys, I want to move on to the next topic here, which is giving my impressions for Astro Bot. So I've been playing Astro Bot. And before I do that, guys, by the way, can you hit that like button for me if you haven't already? We blew past 100 likes. We're actually past 125. Let's see if we can push for 150, 175. Really helps the streams. But I want to talk about Astro Bot. I've been playing it, and I think I have about 5 or 6 hours or so into it. I'm not like rushing through it. I'm taking my time. I'm trying to savor it. I know it's a game that can be completed in about 15 to 18 hours or so. And I do plan on platinuming it, but I'm taking my time with it. And so a couple things I want to say about Astro Bot. Number one, it's really fun. Like, I know that is like, well, like, obviously it's fun, but I mean, genuinely, it's fun in the most simple sense, I guess, in the most basic form, in that it really does kind of get back to the basics of things, but in the best way, like not in a bad way. I see we have OK here dropping a membership gift. OK's kicking off the day, dropping a member gift for you guys. Really appreciate it, bud.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let me add that to the counter. But beyond the game just being fun, something else that I found myself a little bit surprised by, because again, I'm about like 6 hours into it, is how creative Team Asobi has gotten with the power-ups or the abilities, right? Where every stage, or almost every stage you go into, there's like some kind of new ability or power-up to use. And this is something they did talk about prior to its release, but they're just so creative in what they can do. Like, one of the levels I played last night was a level where you shrink down to the size of like a mouse, and you can only get through certain areas of the level by shrinking down to that size. But there are also certain things hidden around the level that you can only access by shrinking down to that size. But at the same time, they give you the ability to shrink down or go back to normal size at any moment. And I just thought that was really funny. And it was just really enjoyable. But I think last night when I was playing, I reached like a new level of like, holy shit, this is actually amazing. And I just kind of can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Boss, don't you do it. Last night when I was playing, if you complete the second world, I guess this is like a minor spoiler, but they did show this in the trailer. So if you watched any of the trailers, I don't think you're going to feel spoiled. Yes, I did do that, William. Yeah, you can, when you're playing the level where you can shrink down to the size of a mouse, there's a section where there's like a frog that's like blowing bubbles, and you can jump on the bubble and like ride it up to like a tree, and there's like a hidden portal. Yeah, that was awesome. But when I completed the second world, you rescue Kratos and Atreus, and a whole God of War themed world opens up, and you get to use Kratos's power. You get to use the Leviathan axe. You can even throw it just like you would and call it back. And the whole level is themed around God of War and God of War Ragnarok. And they have all the different characters from God of War kind of scattered throughout that you rescue. And they even have the ravens, or Odin's ravens, that you can try to like hunt and search for. And it was just like unbelievable to me. I'm like, my God, this is, I didn't even know what to think of it. I just was like, this is amazing. Just the fact that it is basically like Astro Bot God of War that I'm playing right now. This entire level, he's like, if you're playing as Astro and you die in this Kratos or this God of War level, when you respawn, he comes back doing like this Spartan rage scream. And it's like this like cute version of Kratos's like Spartan rage scream. And I'm like, this is just, it's incredible. And that's what I mean when I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. Come here. Come here. I may have to escort Boss out of here. But that's what I mean when I'm playing it and I'm just smiling the whole time, and I'm just laughing the whole time, and I'm just as I'm making my way through the level, it's not like a long level. It's, it's about the same size as every other level. Like you can get through it in about 10 or 15 minutes. And I was just smiling the whole time thinking like, this is just so well done. And what it really did too, is it got me very excited to kind of see what else is in store for the remainder of the game. And I'm going to be entering the third world soon. But something else I want to point out here that was a little bit surprising to me. After I completed the second world, I noticed, I was like, wait, hold on, I didn't get the trophy for... So they have trophies that unlock where once you 100% complete a world or a galaxy or whatever they call it, I guess, you get a trophy for it. And boss, I'm going to have to escort you out of the room if you can't calm down, buddy. And I noticed I didn't get the trophy, and I went back and I looked, and it was like, oh, I'm missing like 4 more bots. And then I was like looking around at all the different levels, and I'm like, wait, I got them though. Like, I'm not missing any, but it still says I was missing 4. And then there was like a kind of like meteor thing that I like bumped into. Can you stop? And when I did that, it took me to this like different world. It was like Triangle World or something, like based off like the PlayStation triangle symbol, and it was like all green. And after I completed that, it unlocked like 4 different trials, and each trial offers one special bot. Like one of the bots that I had to rescue in one of these trials was Leon from Resident Evil 2. And what I was shocked by with these 4 trials is they were actually pretty difficult. Like, not super hard. Like, I don't want to make it sound like they were like... I mean, it probably took me a good like 15 or 20 minutes. Maybe... On one of them, I started to get frustrated. It was the one where you're riding the... It's like the armadillo, I think, that rolls up into a ball or something. And they're really fun, though. Like, these trials, I realize, because the base levels you play are very simple, very easy, and they're not really meant to be challenging. They're meant to just be a good time to make your way through. They do present a bit of a challenge if you're not paying attention, but these trials are like there to kind of take things up to the next level where it's like, all right, if you want to get these bots, you're going to have to actually like be kind of good. Again, it's not like insanely challenging or anything, but it definitely asks a lot more of you. And I was just surprised by that because I wasn't expecting it, but it was kind of, it was nice because there are no checkpoints in those levels, and you get taken back to the beginning if you mess up. And they each have like a gimmick, Let me see here. We have Doolin Jones. Hold on one sec, guys. I had to escort Boss out for right now. I'll bring him back in a little bit later. He's just getting too rambunctious. Doolin Jones comes in with the super chat. Thank you so much for that, buddy. And he says, nice clean shave, MBG. Well, thank you. I wonder why you're doing that, huh? Are you teasing something? Absolutely take PS5 Pro 60 FPS games when we get Metal Gear Solid Delta, Spider-Man 2 DLC, Horizon remake. I'm still curious to see if that Horizon remake is real or not. And Ghost 2 GTA 6 for 2025. Shut up and take my money. It brings true entertainment. No, I'm not. I assure you I'm not teasing anything, Doolin Jones. I don't know. My beard was getting really itchy, and no matter how much I like moisturized it, it wouldn't stop itching. And I was just like, I gotta trim this thing, man. But yeah, there's nothing explicitly being teased here, so no worries there. I appreciate your hype levels for the PS5 Pro. We're going to talk about that next when I'm finished giving my impressions for Astro Bot. I did see that there was a rumor going around that GTA 6 was delayed, but I didn't want to cover that because it's only coming from one source, and this source it's coming from, I've never heard of this person in my life. So I decided I want to wait until somebody else chimes in. If like Jason Schreier or just somebody else who, is very reliable. If they come out and they corroborate that and say, yeah, GTA 6 was delayed to 2026, then we'll talk about it. But as of right now, there's only one source coming out saying it's been delayed to 2026 internally. But yeah, I can't wait to see what these games that you mentioned and listed. I can't wait to see what they look like on the Pro as well. Xbox is King says, I'm so tired of talking about the Pro. Well, I mean, yeah, it's been a long time coming. We're going to talk about it a little bit longer, certainly. I mean, it would be kind of weird if we stopped talking about it as soon as it's about to be revealed, right? And we also have Cypherpunk with a super chat saying, random thought, GTA 6 will have an 80 plus Metacritic no matter how amazing it is. In fact, some reviewers will give it a low score for clicks/clout or some agenda. The gaming industry has changed since GTA 5. That would be ridiculous, man. So I do think you're right in that there will certainly be some reviews that come out for GTA 6 that are very obviously rage bait and chasing clout, as you say, and just trying to get attention. But I think it's not going to be enough, and I don't think it's going to stop something like GTA 6 from reaching like a 93 or 4 or 5 or something on Metacritic. I think for every random outlet that wants to do that to try to... I could see IGN doing that. I'll be honest. IGN is like a joke these days. I could see IGN coming out and giving like GTA 6 like a 7.5 or something, you know? I could see it. So I don't know. You might be right. I think GTA 6 will probably be at minimum a 9 out of 10 game, but probably easily a 10 out of 10 game. Like realistically, I think everybody's expecting it to be a 10 out of 10 game. It's one of those... Oh, that's weird. Hold on, I got to check this out. But yeah, it's one of those situations, Cypherpunk, where like, I think it's okay to assume GTA 6 will be a 10 out of 10. I do think that. Sorry, I'm just looking into something real quick here. All right. Yeah, I appreciate the super chats, guys. When it comes to Astro Bot, one of the things I do want, or that I've been thinking about, and I want to mention as I'm playing the game, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself thinking about this because like I haven't even beaten the game yet. And so if there's for anybody who's listening to this who maybe has beaten the game already, don't tell me. I'm not asking like for that answer because I don't know if they like tease anything at the end of the game. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want any spoilers. I don't want anybody talking about spoilers. But the one thought that has crossed my mind multiple times as I'm playing this game, because as I'm getting further, I'm realizing like, I mean, straight up half of this game is the cameos. It is finding other bots, other astrobots, and seeing who's next and finding out like, who's the next cameo bot. It really makes me wonder, like, where does Team Asobi go after this? Because I feel like this is it, right? Like, Astrobot is it's as good as it gets in terms of cameos, in terms of, you know, how much you can... Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if there's an Astrobot sequel, where do they go from here in terms of cameos? Because I feel like you can't really do it again, right? Like, you can't, or could you? That's why I'm just like kind of wondering, like, could you make a sequel to Astrobot where you're gonna search for the cameos again, just in new worlds, new levels, but some of these levels are handcrafted based around these cameos. So an Astro Kart, yeah, there you go. Maybe you're right. Party games, yeah, that's an interesting thought. I didn't think about that. That would be a really interesting way to go. But it was something that crossed my mind multiple times where I'm like, man, this might be like the peak, truly. Like, I just don't know that it could get better than this because I'm just not really sure where you go after this. Dexter89 says, I might upgrade if GTA 6 uses the extra power in the Pro. I think a lot of people probably feel that way. I think that there are going to be quite a few people that when the PS5 Pro is announced, they're going to kind of wait to see, you know, like what games are actually going to be upgraded. Is GTA 6 going to be one of them? Because GTA 6 is one of those games that I think, yeah, for a lot of people are like, listen, even if it just gives it like a 30% boost, I want that boost. We also have Cypherpunk again here saying, you see Space Marine 2 is actually running better on Xbox. Devs can optimize games for it then, but none of them want to spend time or money doing it. Yeah, I did see that, Cypherpunk. I did. Yeah, so for those who don't know what Cypherpunk's talking about, there was a Digital Foundry analysis for Space Marine 2, and the Xbox Series X version in performance mode actually runs like anywhere between 10 and 20 frames higher than the PS5 version. So we are actually seeing like, oh, there you go. Like that extra horsepower, you know, the extra teraflops, I guess, that here they are. They're being used for Space Marine 2. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of awkward because, oh, so it can, yeah, these games can be optimized for the Series X, but it's exactly what you're saying, Cypherpunk. It's just like, but nobody's doing it. And I feel like at this point, it's too late, right? Like you might still see some games like we see with Space Marine 2, but the Pro is on its way to coming out, you know? And it feels like it's like too little too late to a certain extent. Either that or it's poorly optimized for the PS5. I don't know. It is being patched. Oh, okay. It's a technical fault. Interesting. Yeah, because when I saw that, I was like, man, like a 20 frame difference, something seems a little off there. Because look, I know the Series X is more powerful than the PS5, but we haven't seen anything like that. Even with games running better on the PS5, like nothing has went that far beyond the Series X. Noman86 comes in saying Astro Bot rivals Mario, and then he says next up Astro Kart. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people in the chat were just saying when I asked what's next, they're thinking Astro Kart. That would be great, man. Maybe there could be some kind of like, maybe they could, I don't know, maybe Sony could try to make like their own Smash Bros type game, but like with bots, and like the Cameo bots all have their special powers. I don't know. I would totally be down for a Astro Kart though, let me tell you. For sure. I mean, if you think about it, like they're doing a couple things, you know, in this game that, I mean, I don't know if there's like a mechanic where you actually use like a cart or anything like that, or like a go-kart, but I don't know, just the fact that you have like a dual sense speeder, you know, that you use to fly around, you could kind of maybe see how they could start to lean in that type of direction. Grand Theft Astro, there you go. Grand Theft Astro, bro. No way. PlayStation All-Stars 2. Irfan, no, I didn't see that. You're saying Ben Starr's new video on Astro? No, I'll see if I can catch that later. Well, when talking about my experience with Astro Bot so far, man, it's been really nice. It has been. I don't know that I could say it's going to be my game of the year. I think it will be easily one of the best games I play this year. I haven't beaten it yet, so I can't tell you if it's going to be my game of the year. And I'd really have to sit down and think about, well, I have to let the year finish first. You know, there are a lot of games coming up that I want to play. But what I can say is that from what I played so far, Yeah, it will absolutely be in the running for Game of the Year. The level of quality that's there for Astro Bot is very, very, very high. And one of the things that's so awesome about it is every time you go to a new level, every time you boot up a new level, and it's your first time going into this level, it's always just so cool to like anticipate. Like, I wonder what it's going to be, right? Like it has just that kind of level of like, I don't know, like just kind of like waiting to see what is this going to offer me? Because I just played through like 4 different levels. They all had a very distinct environment, a very distinct feel, very distinct mechanics to get through that level, very distinct soundtrack, all again of the highest quality. And every time you go to a new level or a new world, you just know like it like gets better and better. And that to me is what I'm really, I mean, it's just contributing to the whole package of just really enjoying this game where, yeah, the sense of curiosity, there you go. It's a good way to put it, Irfan. It creates a really, I would say curiosity and excitement though, because I haven't played a level. I was kind of waiting. I'm like, when am I going to play a level that annoys me or bothers me? The only level I played, again, it was one of those trial levels, and it was the one with like the armadillo that you got to roll on when it's like in a ball. It didn't even annoy me. It's just I had the most trouble with that where I probably died like 30 times. So I'm like, okay. I kept getting stuck on this one part where I had to jump from like a spike platform, and there was like electric beams that I had to perfectly time to jump over, but I couldn't double jump. And I died to that like 30 times. Like I was legitimately like, there ain't no way I'm getting this frustrated playing Astro right now. But outside of that, like, and again, that wasn't even a bad thing. That's just, it was just like surprisingly challenging. I haven't played a level where I thought, man, this level's uninteresting, or this level's boring, or this level isn't enjoyable to look at. Like it really, every single level you go into, it's just, I feel like Team Asobi outdid themselves here, man. Like this game is so good. Again, the thought that keeps popping in my mind is, and I haven't even beaten it. I'm only like, I think 2/5 of the way complete. This game is so good. It legitimately just makes me think to myself, like, man, how are they going to top themselves? Obviously, they're going to make another game in the future. Like, you know, a game is good when you start to worry about how the studio is going to proceed forward. Like, how do you top this? That's when you know you're playing a good game. I felt that way about like The Last of Us. And I'm not saying, obviously very different games, but it's just when you play a game that's on that level of quality, just from like in not just in a few areas, but from top to bottom, it's an awesome thing, man. And I'm very, very impressed with what Team Asobi has done here. For as amazing as Astro's Playroom was, Astro Bot makes Astro's Playroom looks like, it makes it look like okay, yeah, this is, so you guys definitely know what you're doing. You know how to make a good game. You know how to make a good platformer. But we'll see where it goes. And I feel like Astro Bot, it is Astro's Playroom fully realized. It is everything that they did in Astro's Playroom, but when you played Astro's Playroom, it was 5 to 6 hours. It was very short. When you finished it, there was just this sense of like, whoa, that was way better than it had any right to be. What else could these guys do? What else could this studio do? That's what Astro Bot is. You're saying they ripped everything from Mario? I actually wouldn't be able to verify that. I don't really play Mario. But that's what's interesting, man, is I feel like Astro Bot may have like reignited my interest in 3D platformers, man, because it's been a long time since I played a 3D platformer, and I'm having fun. I am. They'll go open world. Oh yeah, that would be interesting. Cypherpunk says, if GTA comes out in 2026, isn't that close to the next gen Xbox launch? You think they'll get some sort of update or performance boost If it did, I'd get it. Uh, to be honest, man, I'm going to say probably not. I think you're right that like 2026 is supposed to be the year that Xbox launches next gen, but I'm going to be honest, man, like Rockstar is going to be focusing on a PC port. They're not Rockstar is not going to release a next gen version of GTA 6 until there's a lot of consoles out. So realistically, what we're looking at, GTA 6 comes out 2025 or 2026. Then after that, they work on a PC version. The PC version comes out 2027, 2028. Then we'll get a next gen version of GTA 6, probably 2029, 2030. I know that sounds crazy, but it's because they're going to want to release the next gen version of GTA 6 when there's a lot of consoles out, when there's larger install bases. And honestly, with the way Microsoft has been doing things, like I don't even know how they're going to push a next gen Xbox version. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. I guess it really just comes down to how Microsoft plans to roll it out, but it's possible. I mean, look, it just comes down to how much interest there's going to be in the next gen Xbox. If the next gen Xbox comes out 2 years, or not 2 years, like 1 year before the PS6, I mean, I'm sure that would help it, but by how much, you know? So Cyberpunk, I'm just not convinced that that's the way it's going to go down. The reality is, like, I've seen reports floating around that apparently Square Enix is like getting ready to start bringing all their Final Fantasy games to Xbox, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like, do you guys think that's going to save you? Like, don't get me wrong, like, get what you can. This is, you can't get something, but we're not like, you're not just going to see Final Fantasy 16. Like, if FF16 goes to Xbox, like, you're not just going to see those sales skyrocket. That's not what's going to happen. Like, the Xbox platform is struggling, and the reason why it's struggling is because there's just not. I'm not going to go into like the fanboy territory that some people go into, where I'm not going to sit here and say people don't buy games on Xbox. That's too broad of a statement. But the reality is there's not enough Xboxes out there, on top of not enough people buying enough games on those Xboxes that are out there. And this has created a situation for Microsoft where it's like Microsoft needs to literally start putting their own games onto the other console to make more sales. So if you're a publisher that's in a position where you need to rely on Xbox to make more sales, you're in a bad position. Like, you're in a bad position where it's like, if you're an indie studio and, your game's moderately budgeted, then sure, that's different. Make as much money as you can. But if you're talking about like AAA games that have massive budgets and they need to sell volume, like they need to sell millions of copies to break even and justify its existence and the level of investment, I just feel like, yeah, no, it's not. So I'm just trying to basically point out that this is the current situation that Microsoft's in. So I do not think that a next generation Xbox coming out in 2026 is necessarily going to matter that much to Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar. I mean, we've talked about Microsoft and GTA 6 plenty of times, and I'd actually say that the GTA 6 Series S combo, if the Series S version is competently developed, that combo would probably be way more effective than this, the speculated next gen Xbox GTA 6 version. I think more people would be likely to go towards the Series S in this case. GTA 6 on an Xbox handheld. Well, that might be interesting. Yeah, that could change things a little bit. A little bit. I don't know about how much, but MBG, isn't that an indictment of PlayStation that Square bet on the PlayStation horse and it failed because PlayStation owners don't buy enough games? PlayStation owners did not buy enough Final Fantasy games, yes. Correct. There are these nonsensical arguments that constantly occur online where it's certain PlayStation fans saying that PlayStation gamers actually buy games. And then there are people who are not PlayStation fans saying PlayStation gamers don't buy games. The reality is it depends on what games we're talking about. Who would have thought, right? So in terms of Final Fantasy, yeah, Square is going to be moving towards Xbox because they need to, because you're right, they bet on the PlayStation horse. We have to understand that when Sony entered into this partnership with Square, and I know we're getting a little bit off topic here, but it's interesting to just bring this up because I did see the rumors circulating. When Sony entered this partnership with Square Enix, Sony was probably showing them all the data of like, look, we have all our big games. Look at how many units this game sold and that game, and we got multiple games selling over 10 million. We can do that for you. We can help you do this, right? And Square was probably like, oh man, yeah, we could probably get Final Fantasy 16 to easily do like 8, 9, 10 million units if we go down this route. But the problem is, like, it's Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is not Uncharted. You know, Final Fantasy is not God of War. It's Final Fantasy. And it's like one of the most legendary game series in the world. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, whatever PlayStation thought they could offer Square to help bring them up to like 7, 8, 9, 10 million sales units for Final Fantasy 16, it just doesn't exist. It didn't work. It can work for Uncharted on Sony's console. It can work for Spider-Man, of course. It can work for Horizon, maybe. But for whatever reason, it didn't work for Final Fantasy 16. It didn't work for Square. It didn't work for Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. I think it kind of did work for Final Fantasy 7 Remake, but beyond that, it's like, yeah, if you're Square Enix, you can't just sit there and be like, I guess we'll just be fine not making enough sales. Like, no, if you're Sony, you there's nothing you can do. It's like we tried, you know, like it just didn't work. So yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes, man. So the idea of Square deciding we need to start putting our Final Fantasy games on other platforms to try to make more money, like, yeah, you should, because if Sony's not if you keeping your game exclusive to Sony is not making you enough money, don't stay exclusive to Sony. That is a stupid thing to do. If it is making you enough money and you're satisfied with that, okay, no harm, no foul. That's the way these deals work, you know? It's the way it's always been. It's the way it always will be, where some of these exclusivity deals are going to work out and they're going to make everybody involved more than enough money and everybody's going to be happy. Other exclusivity deals are not going to work out, and for whatever reason, they're just going to tank or just not sell enough, and people involved are going to be in trouble because it's like, oh man, why did we sign that exclusivity deal? You know, like it only served to hurt us. But yeah, that's a good example. Rise of the Ronin. Rise of the Ronin did well. They were clearly happy about that. But, you know, it's, again, people are too disingenuous with the way they approach these things. MBG, doesn't that logic apply to PlayStation first-party games if they aren't selling well to bring them to other platforms? In this case, I'm going to say no. And the reason for that is because Sony is taking a different approach where, like, for example, when we think of the next mainline Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy 17, obviously that's going to be multi-platform day one. They are not going to sign an exclusivity deal. And the reason being is because they can't afford it. Like, they need day one to get as many sales as possible. When we see Sony putting their games over to PC, the only reason they're doing so, at least not counting multiplayer, if we're talking single player games, the only reason they're doing so is because, well, they pretty much figure, listen, once we maximize sales of our console, because that's the thing, right? Like Square does not have anything to gain by selling PS5 consoles, right? Like, not directly anyway. Sony has everything to gain. Square, not so much. So when we're talking about this, I feel like we have to understand that Sony's not putting games like Death Stranding 2, Wolverine, Ghost of Tsushima 2, and they're like big single player games, or even like Astro Bot right now, right? Like, they're not putting them day one onto PC because they're planning to use them to sell consoles. And once they get as many sales as they can, then they'll put them on PC. So it's a little bit different in that, would Sony be willing to put their games onto PC much quicker, their single player games, if they didn't have console hardware to sell? Probably. Yeah, most likely. I mean, that's what logic tells you. But when we zoom out, though, this whole conversation, it's not even a conversation. Well, we're having a conversation, but people on the internet constantly argue about who's buying what, who's doing what. Like, dude, people need to take a step back and realize that some games are going to sell. Some games are going to sell being exclusive. Some games are going to sell being multiplat. Some games are going to fail being multiplat. Some games are going to fail if they're exclusive. It really just boils down to A, the company's expectations, and B, how people feel about the game. You know? So I don't know what point people are trying to make when they get really aggressive and make it seem like exclusivity needs to die, where it's like, the only point I can figure is, well, from a consumer standpoint, sure, I guess. Like, consumers will benefit, but competition will likely struggle a little bit or suffer at least a little bit. But I get where people are coming from, where it's like, you want to be able to play what you want, where you want. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, I think people, they oversimplify it by overlooking the fact that exclusivity has and likely always will serve some type of purpose, even if it's just for these companies to just kind of realize that, like, look, man, we just want people over here. We just want them to come to us so we can get most of the money from those people through the means of hardware or through whatever else, you know? But yeah, I don't think you're going to. Well, see, that's the whole thing. I'm going to read these super chats, but just to kind of wrap this, I guess this is kind of a side topic. To wrap this up, the whole thing here, okay, is that, because you're saying, like, you're saying, I think the point is, if a franchise as big as Final Fantasy can't survive exclusivity, how can a small publisher count on an exclusivity deal? Well, that's where it's all about doing smart business, right? We might, listen, I'm not trying to say this is a fact. I'm just saying we're going to find out, and I'm interested to find out. Final Fantasy, it struggled for one of two reasons. It failed to reach sales expectations for one of three reasons. Number one, the Final Fantasy brand just isn't what it used to be, and people are just not as interested in it as they once were. Therefore, the sales are going to be lower now. That's possibility number one. Possibility number two, Square Enix had unrealistic sales expectations. And because of that, it was always going to fail. And possibility number three is kind of intertwined with possibility number two, is too much money and resource was poured into the Final Fantasy franchise, like more than what should have been. And now they basically overextended their reach. And now that is what has created the unrealistic expectations. Or we could even throw in there possibility number four, exclusivity. Exclusivity is why Final Fantasy 16 failed. Exclusivity is why Rebirth failed. And I understand. I understand why people are going to blame exclusivity because it's all we know right now. All we know is Rebirth and 16 were only on PlayStation 5, and they both apparently failed to reach the sales numbers that Square had put out there. So I guess what I'm trying to say is when Square Enix, when we see these games go full multi-platform, when we see Final Fantasy 17 come out full multi-plat, we will be able to compare the results to what we see now with FF16 and Rebirth on PS5 only. And if the results are, wow, it's selling so much better and it's, Square's actually making sales now and they're making money, then we can confirm it was in fact the exclusivity that did it. Will it do better in the sense that, well, you're just going to have more people you're selling to? Yeah, but how much better is the question? Because if it doesn't do that much better and it doesn't move the needle, then it might confirm something else. It might confirm that maybe Final Fantasy just doesn't have the same pull or the same reach as it once did. We do have to understand that these franchises, sometimes it's not necessarily exclusivity's fault or it being on a limited amount of platforms' fault. It might just be the IP itself. That does happen, like a lot, actually. So we're gonna find out, and that's why I'm saying, okay, that's why I'm saying the fact that Square thinks they're gonna like find some kind of massive audience on Xbox. It's like, guys, I wish you luck. Like I do. I don't want to see Square fail. I don't want to see Final Fantasy fail. Like I don't want to see that, but I wish them luck. Where it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know that that's the place to go to where you're gonna, I don't know that you're gonna find success there. Like I don't know if they just say, here's the Xbox Series version of Final Fantasy 16. I don't think you're going to suddenly hit your sales goal, So when it comes to these smaller devs and whether or not they want to do exclusivity, well, they got to think long and hard. They got to do good business. If it makes sense for your game to be exclusive due to the deal you're signing where Sony's paying you money, you get exposure, you get marketing, maybe you get some development help. If that makes sense for you and you think that that's the right call as the, person in charge of the game in the studio, okay. But make sure you really think about it, because the other side of it is you're going to be limiting yourself. And if the game doesn't reach as many people on this one platform as you had hoped, you might be kicking yourself in the ass thinking, man, maybe I just should have stayed multi-plat. So, it's always the risk versus reward. Exclusivity, I think, can be high risk, high reward at times. And, we've seen that play out. All right, we have, let's see here. We have Illegal Monkey. He says, we have Waylark, who says, in talking again about Astro Bot, he says, it's 100% the best platformer I've played since Odyssey. You're not the only one that I've seen saying that, Waylark. I've seen quite a few people say that exact thing, actually. And Illegal Monkey says, why is nobody making use of the DualSense like Team Asobi has? Is it that hard to program for? It's not that it's hard. Well, I guess it is in the sense of like you have to be creative. So Team Asobi did reveal that they have 2 people whose job it is at the studio. Literally, like their sole purpose is to think of new creative ways to use the DualSense. So, you're not going to have at a regular multi-platform AAA studio, or even at some of these studios that are working on Sony games, like it's unlikely they're going to have 1 or 2 people whose job is just dedicated to, thinking about how to leverage the DualSense. I think it's not that it's hard to program for. It's just that it takes resource. It does take extra dev time. And that's where we have to, I guess, just kind of accept that, of course, third-party multi-platform developers are not going to they're not going to leverage the DualSense features the same way that Team Asobi is, a team who is known to, come up with the most creative ways of using it. But I think it just simply comes down to each studio trying to do the best they can, knowing that, like, let's face it, DualSense support is probably lower, lower on the ladder, I guess you could say, priority, where, the priority is getting the game finished, getting everything as polished as possible. I think DualSense support is important, but it's like it's definitely got to take a back seat towards all these other things. And when you think about how game devs are trying really hard to make sure their games aren't taking 6 years to develop, you get what I'm saying? It's one of these things where each studio has to kind of determine how much time and resource they want to put into taking advantage of the DualSense. And for a team like Asobi, they're gonna put the most into it. I'm just glad we're still getting it, We have Waylark once again saying Xbox still is the preferred platform for some. They have their libraries there. I've got 20 years and 900 plus games on Steam. I wouldn't leave it if it was down bad. That's true, Waylark, and that is exactly why, like, when people wonder, like, well, why isn't Microsoft why aren't they going to abandon the console? Like, why are they even going to make another console? This is why. Because yes, there are people. Look, when we talk about Microsoft's struggles, their struggles are real and they are relevant and they are having a very detrimental impact on their platform. But I think sometimes I tend to make it sound like there aren't millions of people who have made some level of investment on this platform. There are. And it's like what you're saying, probably comes in the form of, well, I bought like quite a few digital games. I have a digital library through Xbox. So yeah, like, it means something to me. I'm tethered to it to an extent. It may not be nearly as many people who have a digital library on PlayStation or a digital library on Steam, but they're there, and Microsoft knows that, and these publishers know that. So it's like, yeah, I'm not here to say that it's not worth publishing on Xbox. I'm just here to say that if you're going to publish on Xbox, you have to know that there just aren't as many people who are building their game libraries on there. There are some, and maybe your game will be one that they want to add to their library. But, they got to think about it. Doolin Jones, thank you so much, buddy. You're saying Astro Bot Kart would be an awesome idea. And check numbers like Mario Kart and Nintendo. They could do it for their multiplayer plan. Again, still early to say, but let's enjoy this game. I only played 5 hours so far, but it's definitely a nostalgic trip, and I love it. It sounds like you're about right where I am, Doolin Jones. I'm about 5 or 6 hours into it. And yeah, one of the things I didn't mention when talking about my impressions of Astro Bot, I mentioned my level of excitement going into a new level. A new level, just the art design, what the environment's going to look like, what type of enemies or what type of gimmick there's going to be, what type of power up. But one of the things I'm also very much looking forward to with each level I go into is which cameo bots am I going to find? So when you mentioned like it's a nostalgic trip, yeah, dude. Like, again, last night when I came across Leon, I was like, wow. Like, there he is. It's like Resident Evil 2 Leon just randomly in this level, and I got to go rescue him through this trial. And it honestly did. It just made me take a moment to think about the first time I played Resident Evil 2. And the first time I did play Resident Evil 2 was on the PlayStation 1. And scared the living shit out of me. I actually couldn't even play it. I was so scared. I was really young. But I remember it, and I remember thinking it was awesome. And I thought Leon was cool, and it's just so funny how, yeah, there's all these different bots kind of scattered throughout. I played a level with, it was like basically Last of Us themed, not fully Last of Us themed, but somewhat Last of Us themed, where like Joel and Ellie were there, and there was like there was a clicker, and I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. It's great, man. Yeah, I don't know. You guys are really kind of latched on to this idea of Astro Bot cart. We will see, man. We will see. So Doolin, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate the support. I really do. We also have Rashdom V2 saying Final Fantasy on Switch and Switch 2 will do numbers. Yeah, that's the thing, right? We know that FF16, I mean, it really did do a lot technically. So it struggled on PS5 a little bit. I think it's doing pretty good on PC in terms of how it runs. I don't know. I'll be honest, I haven't looked into it, but I don't know if they could get Final Fantasy 16 running on Switch 2, but if they could get like Final Fantasy 7 Remake, maybe 16 on Switch 2, now that's where I feel like, yeah, you might have a much better chance there, truthfully. But that's one of those things where it's like I don't know if they'd be able to or not. We're gonna find out. Cypherpunk says even if Final Fantasy does 1 million more, it's 1 million more and money. No, I agree. I absolutely agree. But you know, I get this feeling with Square Enix specifically, and I'm saying them specifically, where the feeling with them is that the way that they make it seem is like they're nowhere near hitting their goal. I don't know if that's just the way they make it sound, and they're like maybe their goal for Final Fantasy 16 was like 5 million, but they only got 3 million or 3.5 million. So if they were to sell an extra million, that would be, yeah, wow, now you're at 4.5 million. You're only 500,000 away from hitting your goal. But they give me the impression that like they were expecting Rebirth to sell like 4 million in like a couple weeks or something, you know, or 16 to sell 5 million in like the first week. That's the impression they give me. And so it's like, if you can sell another million, do it. You would be dumb not to, but I just don't know. I don't know. I'd have to see it. We'd have to see the results. I don't think any third-party publisher should strike exclusivity deals unless they're 100% confident. Like, truly. And I know that you can't necessarily guarantee a game's success if you strike an exclusivity deal, but the industry is not in the healthiest place right now. And so I really do believe that if you're talking about exclusivity deals, by the way, we're not talking about choosing which platform you should release your game on and which one should come later. I'm talking like actively striking a deal. You should only do so if you're a third-party multi-platform publisher, if it makes 100% sense to do so. And I'm not saying that maybe that didn't exist for Final Fantasy, but again, man, we're going to find out. We are going to find out. Final Fantasy is going to go multi-platform. And when it does, if it still fails to meet Square's expectations, then we will know it's an IP problem. And if it does meet their expectations, then we will know that, well, you just fucked up making an exclusivity deal. You should have never done that. Square Enix just released a week ago Visions of Mana on PS5, PC, and Xbox, and the game flopped. Studio will be closed soon. Exclusivity with PlayStation is full marketing, developer help, etc. Yeah. I mean, nobody's looking at it the other way around. You know? Literally nobody is looking at it as, did Sony make a bad deal? Like, did Sony basically get in bed with Square with an IP that's like, guys, Sony, like, if anything, you know what? Let me look at it this way. If anything, Sony's expectation was probably the highest. You're talking about a publisher that's expecting their big tentpole games to do at least like 10 million in sales. So Sony probably was looking at Final Fantasy like, oh yeah, we're going to get you to 10 million, 15 million, baby. We're going to do it. And, you know, I think people do forget that like Sony paid for that shit. Like Sony paid for that exclusivity. And so if it wasn't making sales and it wasn't hitting expectations, yeah, I mean, both parties lose. But you do got to wonder if Sony maybe fucked up going in so aggressively with Square. We also have Omen86 saying Astro Kart regularly new tracks, live service IP. Oh man, I don't know, Omen. How are you guys feeling about this? Omen86 is talking about the idea of turning Astro into a live service IP through Astro Kart live service, regularly get new tracks, probably new characters as well, new bots, Astro live service. Omen, you should take this to, I see Doolin Jones. Doolin Jones is like, hell yeah, bro. I'd be down for it. I'll be honest with you. Although the only thing about it being a live service is I don't know that I could see myself playing an Astro Bot, an Astro Kart game. Yeah, I don't know. That could work, dude. I was gonna say I don't know that I see myself playing Astro Kart for years to come, but then I'm like, if Astro Kart was real and it just constantly got updates and it had like seasons and stuff, I actually could see myself playing that regularly. I could. Omen, you might be onto something here, man. Omen, contact Sony HQ. Pitch this idea to them. Pitch it to Team Asobi. I bet you that's exactly what Sony's thinking, though, dude. I bet you Sony is thinking to a certain extent, like, how can we leverage the Astro Bot IP to make a live service? Four-player split screen. Yeah. Well, so I'm going to circle back around and I'm going to finish up the Astrobot topic. I definitely got way off track. It's the nature of how these things go sometimes. I'm sure you guys know that. But I want to circle back around and there you go. There you go. Battle passes and the themes of PlayStation IPs. Oh my God, this is genius. And Omen86 again says, just saying, live service with PlayStation IP. Yeah, man. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more it does make sense. Like this idea that you could do season passes that are themed around like different PlayStation IP, and maybe you could partner with, third-party publishers for certain IP. Oh my God, it's genius. Sony won't do it, though. Yeah, it's a gold mine. Sony won't do it. Herman will be like, I don't believe in it. I don't think that would work. Astro SOCOM. Yo, is there a SOCOM reference in Astro? I guess I'll find out. Now I'm sounding like a suit. I mean, yeah, but I guess it's also coming from the perspective of like, I play that shit. Herman needs more Horizon. I don't know. I do think that if there's one thing Astrobot does reveal, in my opinion, it's that PlayStation fans and PlayStation players like definitely want to support, I mean, obviously just high quality single player games, but there's just something to be said about PlayStation continuing to lean in to their own heritage and their own IP and their own history. And I do think about things like PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, right? And I do think about this idea of like, imagine Concord, except replace not Concord, but take a 5v5 hero shooter, except it's filled to the brim with different PlayStation characters, and every map you play in is PlayStation themed, and every characterize their own unique abilities that are reminiscent of their game and their character and what they're known for. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like something like that, I think would do so much better than what Sony has out there now, except for maybe like Helldivers 2. I just think PlayStation players would like that. They would lean into that because it has that. It's not just about nostalgia, but it's about, I don't know, just a recognition of like the strength of your own IP and realizing you can do more with it than just a new game every like 5 or 6 years. You know, there is more you can do with it. I think Astro Bot proves that. Like, dude, playing through that God of War segment in Astro Bot, like I just said, like you're literally Kratos Bot with using the Leviathan axe and going through a whole level that's themed after God of War Ragnarok. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's not God of War, right? Like, that's not a new game from Santa Monica, but it's exactly like it. I don't know. It's like the next best thing. I don't know when the next time will be I play new God of War, but it kind of felt like last night I got to play a different version. So I don't know. And the Ape Escape level was amazing as well. I forgot to mention that. I just don't have much experience with Ape Escape, but it was like, yeah, I love what they're doing here. I absolutely love what they're doing. And I'm not saying Sony should go crazy with it. And it's like, we got to have, you know, a brawler with PlayStation IP and a shooter with PlayStation IP and and a kart racer. Like, you don't have to go crazy and oversaturate it, but I just think leaning into it just a little bit more and having certain games in different genres that do take advantage of your own IP, I think would be pretty cool. Astro Bot Party. Yeah, just copying and just do everything Nintendo does, but with Astro Bot. There you go. Actually, I did forget that, Shane. You're saying, are we forgetting Little Big Planet Kart exists and it failed, so Astro Kart will also fail? I actually did forget about that. They did make a kart racer. And Omen86 again says, Nintendo's strategy, Big N knows how to make money. They do. Yeah, they do. I don't think I don't think anybody should just rip Nintendo off and just copy them to a T. I think that, that would be underwhelming, but I think it's always about taking notes and taking pages, where I think Sony has proven that they do enough of their own stuff that's them, right? It's Sony, it's PlayStation, it's their own flavor, it's their own unique way of doing things. But I don't think there would be any harm or any shame in just kind of taking a couple of pages from Nintendo's book or whoever's, I think that if it's proven that it works, there's nothing wrong with giving throwing your hat in the ring and giving it a try. But they, can only be taken so far. They can only be taken so far. It has to be done within reason. But my final thoughts, so I want to wrap up what I was saying about Astro Bot. My final thoughts on Astro Bot, essentially, I'm having a great time playing it. And one of the things that I was really hoping for when I finished playing Astro's Playroom was, man, I hope Sony does more Astro Bot. I hope that we get a dedicated Astro Bot game, like a full-fledged game, and they really just kind of realize the full potential of everything that they've done here. And that is literally exactly what we got. And we got it in just a matter of a couple years. So I couldn't really be happier with the result of Astro Bot. And I am assuming that it's only going to get better as I continue to play. Again, I'm not rushing through it. I'm taking my time. I'm just playing it like chunk by chunk. I've seen some people, they platinum the game in like 2 days, and I'm more power to those individuals, but I don't like to really do that with games that I have been really excited to play. I like to savor them a little bit more, and take my time with them. And so, yeah, I'm very pleased with the way Astro Bot has turned out, and I'm looking forward to platinuming it, and I'm looking forward to seeing everything else that I have yet to unlock. And I'm just really happy for Team Asobi. I'm really happy that they have solidified their place in the PlayStation Studios family, where I think it's safe to say that they are now like a top tier team at Sony and at PlayStation. And they now, I think, command a lot of respect, and they deserve it. Again, just even for the 5 or 6 hours I played, they absolutely earned it, man. So good for them. And Omen86 with another chat here says, I'd love Sony to work with Nintendo. The Horizon Lego game is a start. If Sony IP lives on Nintendo, the audience will cross over as they get older. Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from, Omen. It's really fascinating to see Sony actually deciding to release one of their games on the Switch. And it is just the beginning. I think it opens up a whole new door. It's also worth remembering that Sony is working with Nintendo on the Legend of Zelda movie. And that's where Sony's kind of bringing in their expertise, with filmmaking. And it's pretty cool, honestly, to see Sony and Nintendo, these companies that honestly, they had like a major rivalry. I mean, that, the Sony PlayStation or the Sony Nintendo or the Nintendo PlayStation, I don't know what it was called, but there was like this prototype. It's like ultra rare. But yeah, Sony and Nintendo were supposed to partner to make a console, and I forget exactly what happened. Somebody screwed somebody over and something just went terribly wrong. And from that day forward, like they were like rivals and arch enemies. And it's been over 30 years. Well, no, it will be 30 years this year. It's 3 decades, and it's just kind of cool to see that they're maybe starting to get past that and just start to work together. I don't know how far it'll go. Like, I don't know how many games Sony would be willing to put over to the Switch, or I don't know if Sony is maybe hoping that Nintendo would reciprocate. I don't think so. I think Sony understands that Nintendo is not going to put any of their games on PlayStation. Here's one for you. Astro Bot on the Switch 2. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Astro Bot on the Switch 2. Be kind of perfect. Smart moves. Yeah, the only thing that would really be missing is all the DualSense functionality. That could be a problem. Why? Well, here's my thought on it, right? Here's my thought on the idea of Astro Bot on the Switch 2. I'm thinking Astro Bot could work on the Switch 2 because, well, what Astro Bot is, I think, automatically appeals to the Nintendo audience, because the Nintendo audience is very much used to getting like 3D platformers like this, and they like that. And I feel like, so just from a gameplay standpoint, it makes sense. From an aesthetic standpoint, it makes sense. But if we think about why Sony is putting Lego Horizon on the Switch, I mean, people have said to me it's because of Lego. And like, well, I guess maybe that's true. And I don't know if it is, but one of the things that I do know is true is Sony is hoping this is a way to expose a new audience, the entire Nintendo audience, to the Horizon franchise. And that's what's so funny to me and fascinating, is that the idea of Astro Bot is you put Astro Bot on the Switch 2, and the Switch 2 sells tens of millions of units, maybe one of the best selling consoles ever, the fastest selling consoles ever. Anybody who picks up Astro Bot on the Switch, they're being heavily exposed to like all of Sony's IP. And, I just think that could be something that Sony would want, right? Where it's like, yeah, you're not going to get the next mainline God of War on the Switch. But you can kind of get an idea of what God of War offers through Astro Bot. You know what I mean? Kind of like how if you think about it, like Lego Horizon, they're retelling the first story, the first game. I don't know if people know that. I think some people know that, but it kind of went under the radar where Lego Horizon is retelling the first game story, but in a somewhat comical way, in a sillier way. But the point is, like, they want to get people interested in this story, in this world. And I just think that I think that kind of reveals Sony's intention here with what they're trying to do. But I don't know. We'll see what Sony ends up doing in this respect. We have OK here saying Microsoft and PlayStation games on S2 or Switch 2 expect PS4 games like God of War on Switch 2. That'd be crazy. Yeah, you know what? Actually, that maybe makes even more sense than what I just said. I think you might be right, okay? Because if you think about it, like, what harm would it do Sony to put God of War 2018 on the Switch 2? The Switch 2 is not a competing console to the PlayStation. At least I don't think it will be. I don't know. Do you think it? I don't think the Switch 2 is going to be a direct competitor. But I'm just thinking, like, what harm does that do to PlayStation? If the next God of War, like, oh yeah, you can play God of War 2018 on the Switch 2, but God of War Egypt or whatever it's going to be, coming out like the very end of this generation, or it's like, yeah, we're not putting that on Switch. Like, that's only on the PlayStation console. Like, does it create any harm? I don't know. Maybe a similar situation with like PC. Because, like, I don't know, PC this already happens on PC. Like, what I'm describing already occurs on the personal computer. So it's like, has that hurt console sales? It doesn't seem like it. I think as long as Sony doesn't put their newest games, like day one, on these other platforms, I think they're probably fine. So I don't know. It's interesting to kind of like think about this and speculate, because it is becoming clear that Sony's opening up, themselves to doing these things more so. And Phil Spencer did say that we're going to see more of this across the industry. And I do think he was right when he said that. Because we are seeing it. And exclusivity to some extent will be important no matter what at the end of the day, and it will always be there. But I do think that because these companies are getting a little bit more desperate to find further growth and really try to push, for higher profit margins, honestly, and higher sales and higher levels of exposure, I think that this is probably something we will start to see a little bit more of. Rashtam V2, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying you see the Concord art creators saying some have quit game development because of harassment. The art direction was bad, but the harassment online to them is why the, quote, everything is woke, end quote, crowd is just as bad. I actually didn't see this. Well, keep in mind everything. Well, can you give me the name of this person so I could go check the tweet or whatever? Because I haven't seen this, and I don't know that I feel comfortable speaking on it because it's a pretty sensitive topic. I don't feel comfortable speaking on it unless I like read it for myself. So Rashtam, if you can just provide me with a Twitter handle or their name or whatever, I could look it up. And Omen86 here says, one thing is for sure, Nintendo respects the success of Astro. Their creativity is through the roof. Team Asobi just gained legendary status in Japan. Yeah, absolutely. And you love to see it, man. I am really happy for Team Asobi. I think it's incredible to just see that this team that went from making, I mean, it was Japan Studio. You know, they didn't form until after the closure of Japan Studio, but you know, they start with Astro Bot's. What was the PSVR 1 game called? Astro Bot Rescue Mission, and they start with that. They end up, you know, doing a pack-in game with Astro's Playroom, but then they really, like, this is it, man. Like, they've achieved their final form, and you just love to see it. You absolutely love to see it, man. I do want to move on and talk about. Oh, actually, really quick, before we move on from Astrobot, I have a report here. Astrobot DLC may add Stellar Blade, Assassin's Creed, and more. Players have been discovering potential references to unannounced Astrobot DLC over the game's launch weekend. Hawkeye users noticed that Astrobot's credits contain copyright notices for all the games that made an appearance during the campaign, but some of the games at Sony Studios, or sorry, some of the games that were there that were trademarked were not actually in the game. So I'm not going to go over every single one. I'm going to make a video on this later, but something worth pointing out. Roshdom, you're saying it was DMs leaked to Reset Era. Oh, okay. Damn, that's even shadier then. Well, here's what I'll say, or I'll try my best. Like, I don't have those DMs. I don't know exactly what was said. The idea of certain artists at the studio, certain artists at Firewalk quitting due to harassment. I don't condone harassment. I like, as somebody who experiences harassment from time to time from assholes on the internet, I would never condone that. And I just want to make that clear that there's a right way, not even a better. There's a right way to send a message, and there's a wrong way. And harassing people and tormenting them and bullying them, that to me is not the right way. Regardless of how important you think your message is to get across, I just think that it's like there's a better way to do it. But what also needs to be said is we're talking about video games. You know, we're not talking about like real life things that are going to have a profound, massive impact on millions of people's lives. We're talking about fucking a video game. So I feel like the idea of people harassing, but here's the other side of it though too, because your tweet here, or not your tweet, your super chat, you say the art direction was bad, but the harassment online to them is why the everything is woke crowd is just as bad. At some point, people need to be able to see the bigger picture, and they need to be able to understand that there's a way in which this all works, and it's not hard to understand. So if you're working at Firewalk, let's take the character. What would you say was the worst designed character? The character that everybody made fun of the most, or that was just basically the biggest target. The one I think of is it's like a tie between the medic, like the heavy set medic with the blue snow coat or whatever, and the goggles. The robot with the pronouns. Maybe that one too. Yeah, that's a quote right there. The robot doll. I mean, there were some pretty bad ones to pick. I mean, you could really just take your pick. But what I'm trying to say here is that does an artist who creates that deserve to be harassed? The answer is no. Period. End of discussion. They don't deserve that. They're just somebody doing their job, creating a character that they believe looks good. I don't think anybody deserves harassment, but certainly not in this instance. They don't deserve that. However, living in the real world and understanding the world we live in, there needs to be some level of awareness for our own sake. So whoever designed some of these characters, how could they not know? How could they not know what was about to come their way? And this is, see, to me, that's the concerning part. The concerning part, obviously, is the fact that people harass others over such dumb shit. But I understand, like, dude, that's the internet. That's the world we live in, and it sucks. And if I could change it, I would, but I can't. People are shit. But I don't understand how a person could lack so much awareness where it's like, dude, somebody, this is why I talk about the leadership. And I think when you talk about who needs to be held accountable, somebody, for the sake of that artist or those artists who made these characters, somebody in charge had to put their foot down, step in and say, guys, this fucking sucks. I'm not trying to, it's like better to hurt somebody's feelings and be brutally honest with them than let them go out there and slaughter themselves like this. And that's the problem. And this is where I as much as I would want to blame the artists and say, this is your fault because you made shitty characters, I have a really distinct feeling that the person who made these characters or the people who made these characters, they just thought, hey, I think this looks good. And they weren't, I do think that it's clear there was some kind of, again, alignment, political alignment, process when doing this, when creating these characters. But I really blame the people at the top, the people who were supposed to keep this shit in line, where it's like, hey, that's great that you made that, but it looks bad and you need to redesign it. Not just for my sake, but for your sake too, buddy. And Hellbound 1981. Hellbound comes in and drops the first 5 bomb of the day. I think OK dropped the first membership, and then Hellbound drops a 5 on us. Hellbound, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being such a legend, bro. It does mean a lot, man. Let me add that to the counter here. Good stuff, man. Yeah, if you guys want to keep that, if you guys want to get a member train going or keep it going here, Hellbound's putting up 5 for you. We'll see if we can make our way to that goal of 25. See what we can do. See if we can bring Boss back in and feed the beast. So I'm just trying to handle this specific super chat with the nuance I believe it deserves, where I think that there are degrees here. Like, I'm not saying that the person who failed to stop these designs from being made public, I'm not saying that they are as bad as the person doing the harassing. No, the person doing the harassing, aggressive harassing, they're the worst. They're the most guilty. But, again, there's different degrees here. And Omen86 comes in and drops another 5 bomb. Omen says he wants to keep this member train going that Hellbound started here, so Omen, thank you so much, bro. I'm going to give you a...
Enough from me.
Oh, I got to get that Jim Ryan emote, by the way. I keep forgetting. But hey, we still got the Jim Ryan soundbite. I still got you, Omen. So that's 10 more members just like that. And that brings us up to 11. So guys, Hellbound and Omen are... they got this train rolling. I also want to remind everybody, you can always drop a single membership gift as well. I think people see a lot of 5 bombs, a lot of 10 bombs, but the singles go a long way too. Sorry, I just got like so many different things going through my head right now. But I think it's sad. You know, I just think the whole situation, truthfully, is sad at the end of the day. Regardless of how much ranting I want to do about Concord and its failure, and how much ranting I want to do about Sony's, you know, mistake and the failure of the leadership and Firewalk's leadership. At the end of the day, it's just sad to me because it's like all of this could have been easily avoided, and it just wasn't. And it was like watching a train wreck or a car crash in slow motion, where it's just like, how does it come to this? And you know, I do feel bad on a human level for people who are getting harassed and feel like they have to, I don't know, like quit their job or whatever. Like, that's shitty. But I do think that, and I need to, I want to be careful how I say this because I don't want it to come off the wrong way. I just think people have to be very careful where it's like, listen, if you choose to partake in a certain culture, in the sense of like, I got hired at the studio and the studio has a very specific culture, and you decide to basically lean into that and accept that and just be part of it. And then eventually it, you know, that like it's kind of a hive mind. If you choose to do that, you have to be prepared to a certain extent that like eventually whatever product you're making or whatever you're doing is going to go out there to the real world in front of everybody. So, you know, whatever comes after that, you signed up for, you know? And again, I'm not trying to be like cold-hearted or anything. I'm just trying to be realistic in that people need to be wiser in the way they go about doing these things. And that wisdom comes from the understanding that, like, if you're doing shit that's just very clearly, again, in the case of Concord, like, you're just failing on a fundamental level to where you're just making something that's automatically not appealing, but then you, on top of that, wear your politics on your sleeve. It's 2024. Have you, like, if you're on Twitter, if you're on social media, if you're on Reddit, if you're on Facebook, if you've existed in any of these places, you should be well aware of what's coming your way. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying it's there. It exists. You know, it's just like, it's the exact same reason. Like, why do, and I want to say this, you know what, before I go on too long, because I do want to talk about the PS5 Pro, I just want to say this as well, Rashdam. You're saying this is, the art direction was bad, but the harassment online to them is why the everything is woke crowd is just as bad. Again, the whole everything is woke crowd, are there people who have taken it too far? Absolutely. Are those people who've taken it too far the ones screeching the loudest constantly? Yes. Just like on the other end of the spectrum, like I talk about, wow, dude, Omen's thing is glitching out here severely. Oh my God. Dude, yo, Omen, your last super chat just broke my chat. Hold on now. It keeps replicating. What the F? Wow. That's really weird. Omen, it says you super chatted like 10 times, bro. I don't know what happened. Anyway, it's still going. Okay. It's totally broke. Omen, you broke my chat, bro. You broke the chat box. I gotta pop it out here. If I pop the chat box out, it's fine. That was really weird. I'm just simply trying to say, before I move on here, that the most vocal extremists are the ones that end up, unfortunately, representing a larger group, when in reality, the larger group is not like that. The group they're representing is actually a very small group that nobody actually probably likes or would get along with, or you have to really be a certain type of person to do so. And that's why I think like this whole idea of like, you can't blame valid criticism on, well, you just are saying everything is woke, because you know what? Here's the reality of Concord, right? And this is what I would hope more people, I mean, look, I've talked about my feelings on the woke aspect of Concord, and I'm not going to go into that again. Let's just cut all that out. The game's art direction, regardless of how you feel about, you know, the type of people who are making these characters, they look bad. Just objectively, they look bad. They don't look appealing, and they're lacking substance. The gameplay, while it does, it's fine and it suffices, and it's like, okay, this is pretty good, I guess. It feels pretty decent to play. It's also not doing anything special. It's not doing anything unique. It's not doing anything that would be able to carry this game out of the hole it dug itself in. You look at the way they're approaching the market, where it's like, hey, we know every other game is free to play. We know that every other hero shooter that is trying to get your time, your money, and your attention is free to play. We're going to charge $40. All of these things, they have nothing to do with woke. They have nothing to do with politics. They have nothing to do with any of that. They just simply fall down to, these are valid, real criticisms that if you don't want to get political about anything, or you don't want to get in the whole culture war thing, you don't have to. These reasons alone will tank a game. Everything else is just going to tank it even harder and faster. And so I think that's Concord, you know, and I just, as much as I feel bad for the people who deal with harassment, because again, I sympathize. I hate that shit. It's not fucking right. There are nasty, shitty, vicious people out there that will fucking harass others and make them feel like garbage on a human level, which is not, like, totally not right. You know, that's not a fucking way to handle it. And so for those people, fuck those people. They should, as far as I'm concerned, they shouldn't even have a voice on the internet, because they're fucking assholes. And all they do is just ruin people's days and nights, probably, and just get in people's heads and make them feel shitty about themselves. That's not right. However, what I also feel bad for are the people who allowed this to happen. Again, where it's like, how could you not know? How could you not have any level of awareness that this is coming, and it's coming fast? That sounded weird, but you know what I mean. The backlash, the level of failure, the anger, the, you know, just the amount of animosity you're immediately going to build towards your studio. How could you not see that? I just have a way with words sometimes, you know? All right. Thank you guys for listening to my rant. Let me see where we're at here. We have OK saying, what if PlayStation sees S2 as their handheld with many PlayStation ports? I could see Sony maybe trying to do something in that way, but I'm not so sure that they would be willing to do it without giving their, like, trying it themselves first. That's what I will say. I think Sony looks at the Switch 2 as a potential last ditch in, like, it's like, if we can't beat them, join them type thing, where Sony is, I think, likely to try their own real proper handheld again first that can play all these games we're talking about, before just starting to port games over to Switch 2. And if that fails, if they try like another proper handheld and it's just like, you're not competing with the Switch here, bro. Sorry. Like, it's no chance. There's just like nobody. It's not that nobody's buying it, but it's not really doing any meaningful numbers. Then I could see Sony basically being like, all right, yeah, we'll be in the home console sector, and maybe, yeah, we'll just look at the Switch too as like that's our handheld install base that we could try to sell to. I could see it in the long run, okay, but I think we got to see what Sony's plans are in the handheld space first before I feel confident enough to say that that's where we'll go. And Omen86 with his super chat that went crazy in my stream for some reason says, on the other hand, Stellar Blade is a PlayStation exclusive, obviously not catering to the woke movement. Eve got the attention, but it's also a good game. Exactly. I feel like Stellar Blade almost reveals kind of like the opposite, where I think there was a vocal crowd that was, again, of like extremists, where it's like, something tells me that the most important thing about Stellar Blade to them is not the fact that it's a really good game. I think we saw that, but there is that like objective fact that Stellar Blade gets so many things right outside of like, oh yeah, we made the character hot and attractive. So it's like, okay, that's not like necessary per se for your game to succeed. But for most people, it's just, oh yeah, cool. That's no complaints here, But realistically, it's like what people wanted out of Stellar Blade is a really good game. A really good game with a character that doesn't look like they were beat with an ugly stick. That's it. Like, I don't think that's asking much. And they just decided we're going to do that, but instead of just giving you like a regular normal looking character, we're going to give you a sexy character. And that's fine, right? But that's where I feel like, it just comes down to, I think, being able to read the room a little bit. Like, they didn't have to make this character super attractive and sexy, but they probably knew, like, listen, we could probably get more sales if we do that. We could appeal to a certain demographic if we do that. And it's like, that demographic does seemingly exist. I still think it's, it's not the largest, but it's there. To whereas I feel like some games go in a direction where they're trying to appeal to a demographic that literally doesn't exist. And I think that's the problem, is like when we start to see, it's almost like, again, they're in this like imaginary made up place where it's like, they're going to love this game. Like who are you talking about? Like the audience that we're making it for. And like you look at the game and you're like, who? And that's where it's just, I feel like we've seen that now, where it's clear that they're just, it's clear by this point that when a studio decides we're just going to make a game for us and us alone, it's probably going to fail. You have to think about who you're actually trying to appeal to. It's just, to me, it's just it's business/marketing 101. Like, who are you making this game for? Shane Harper says, I'm a Stegosaurus. Hello. What? Shane, did I miss something? Bro's out here saying he's a dinosaur. I feel like I missed something. Somebody fill me in here. If I, some kind of inside joke? I don't get it. Rashdom V2. Rashdom V2 says, I agree it's woke and bad art, but it's getting to a point where they see a minority or women, they scream woke. They're saying that about Lucia in GTA 6. Yeah, that's what I mean. I agree, Rashdom. Like, that is where things get taken too far, where it's like, guys, you have to be accurate with your shots, like if you're going to take shots, you have to be accurate. You have to know you have to be on target. And I feel like what you're saying here, Rashdam, I've seen that as well. And it is infuriating and it's frustrating. Like, it's very, very frustrating that you see people. And again, I do think this is because of modern politics. I do think this is because if you look at what's going on right now during this election year in the United States, it does really seem like the only way you can really pick a side anymore is you got to go full in, like, we're going to war, baby, and we're drinking the whole batch of Kool-Aid, and we are all in, and it doesn't matter what anybody says at this point. We're all in, and it's very disturbing to witness. Henry 3K, you're saying, please, let's move on. Well, I am going to move on. I just, I can't be rude to people super chatting. I don't want to just like read it and then just ignore it. But I do know what you're saying, Henry 3K. I know I tend to go on about the stuff too long. So all I will say, Rashdam, is that I see it too. And it is infuriating and it's annoying because you're talking about essentially the same type of person, people who are just so unaware, painfully unaware, to the point where it's like, do you not realize you are just the other side of the same coin? Like, do you not realize that? Do you not realize that the very thing you claim to hate about the other side so much is exactly what makes you guys, like, so close, so much alike? The irony of it all. Then we have OK saying PSVR 2 failure, Totoki budgets, PlayStation handheld unlikely. Okay, I just want to say I love the Totoki budgets. The Totoki budgets. Sony must fear the Totoki budgets. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, okay. I will say the one thing that makes me disagree with this, though, is PSVR 2 cannot be taken into account when pursuing a new handheld. And the reason being is because, well, it's very different. PSVR 2 is nothing like a handheld. However, if you look at the PlayStation Portal, on the other hand, the PlayStation Portal has been very successful for Sony, like way more than they expected. So I feel like if you're trying to decide whether or not you should greenlight a new handheld, I feel like looking at the PlayStation Portal would be much wiser than looking at PSVR 2, because it would make no sense, in my opinion, if Sony wants to go down the direction of we want to make dedicated exclusives for this handheld, mistake. In that case, cancel it, don't greenlight it. That's a huge mistake. But if they're going in the direction of a handheld that's like, it's not going to be developed exclusively for, it's just any game that's developed for PS5 or maybe even in the future PS6 can just run on this thing, and then it can also do streaming. Yeah, there you go. I think there's a market for that. I think the Portal proves that. But I do understand where you're coming from, okay? There's no doubt that Sony's going to be a little bit more picky and careful about what they choose to pursue hardware-wise. Speaking of hardware, we are going to talk about the PS5 Pro for a little bit. Before we do, though, I want to encourage you guys, if you haven't already, to please hit the like button. We are sitting at 239 likes. So you guys are doing great. I want to see a push to get to 250. I think we could do that, and then maybe 275. By the end of the stream, I'd like to see if we get to 300. But, all right, we do have to talk about the PS5 Pro. There are a couple of reasons I want to do this. The most obvious is the fact that the PS5 Pro is apparently set to be revealed this week. There was a rumor, we did cover this in the last stream, but just as a reminder and a refresher for anybody who maybe missed it, apparently an insider known as Ignis the Wise, I think that's the name he goes by. Oh, Tom Warren said tomorrow. Oh, hold on. We have an update? See, this is why it pays sometimes to wait. This is why it pays to wait to talk about some of these topics. And really quick, Moonshot. I'm sorry, bro. Moonshot, I apologize, my friend. Why am I not getting notified? So in case it's not obvious, my software is glitching out a little bit today. So I have to apologize to Moonshot. I'm late to his direct donation. I hope you're still here, buddy. You're saying to the people who say this is a weak year for PS5, there's a real possibility that every Game of the Year nominee is either a first-party exclusive or console exclusive. God damn. Moonshot out here taking his shot. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's obvious, dude. It's obvious Sony didn't have a weak year. They didn't have the strongest year in their history, but they did not have a weak year. If somebody says Sony had a weak year, then I think, honestly, you're basically just revealing how high the expectation really is for Sony. Where it's like, dude, if you think this was a weak year in terms of their output, like if we're not just talking about just first-party studios, then, man, you must really like PlayStation and have a high standard for them. Because there was a lot. But yeah, they're seeming, I mean, Rebirth. If Rebirth gets nominated for, Rebirth getting nominated for Game of the Year is a bit mixed for me because it's like, that to me, the credit goes to Square, not Sony. You know, I think Sony benefits because it's like, oh yeah, Sony, you can say, hey, it was released exclusively on our console, but that's Square. Square made that game, you know what I mean? But something like Astro Bot, I think, is absolutely going to get nominated for Game of the Year. And I think has a real chance of winning, believe it or not. But Moonshot, I hear you, man. I don't understand why there are some people out there that just still go on and on about Sony having a weak year. Like, listen, maybe this year wasn't for you, but they released a lot of shit. It's been a lot to play. And Omen86, he says here, Alien VR, Metro VR, Behemoth, I can't wait. And the PS5 Pro can really boost the VR2 performance. You'll need a beast of a PC to match VR2 plus the PS5 Pro. Yeah, dude, PS5 Pro, knowing that it's the reveal, knowing that the reveal is right around the corner, I really am curious to see if Sony talks about, if they talk about PSVR 2. They should. Like, they absolutely should. It's clear that this hardware is going to boost. It's going to boost the PSVR 2 and what it can do and what it's capable of. So I would imagine they're going to talk about it. Really quick, though, I'm looking. Somebody in the chat said, Tom Warren said tomorrow. Can somebody help me out on this? I'm not seeing it anywhere. Did he say it on his Twitter, maybe? So I'm not seeing anything. Tomorrow's the new iPhone reveal. Well, the insider that I was referring to on Ignis the Wise or whatever, on his Discord, he claimed that the PS5 Pro reveal was coming early this week, either Tuesday or Wednesday. And so there are a couple of things I want to talk about. There are a couple of things I want to talk about when it comes to this. So, number one, I mean, I put it here in the title and the thumbnail. Is the PS5 Pro pointless? The reason why this question popped up for me is because, well, if I head over to my last video that I made on my channel, and if I go to the comments section, I couldn't help but notice that there was a lot. I noticed my thumbnail. I just clicked on my own stream just for a second because I noticed my... Guys, I want to ask real quick, is my thumbnail not showing up in the stream? Like, when you go to click on it? Is it just showing, like, my logo or whatever? Because it's not showing up for me. It is? Okay. It's just on my end then. That's weird. A lot of things glitching out today. Not working as they should. Oh, it is the logo on a blue background. Oh, okay. Then it's broken then. Well, that's really annoying. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this real quick, because I'm thinking that might be why some people are not tuning in, because it's not a normal thumbnail. It's not recognizable. I mean, you can tell it's me, but that's really annoying. By the way, guys, I noticed that this stream is currently sitting at 87%. Like, I want to see if we can bump this up to 90%. So I want to really, really encourage everybody listening right now, hit that like button, get us up to 90%. That's going to help with the YouTube algorithm. We're sitting at 87%, so we're just 3% away. Let me just double check this. And I'm sorry, I'm like all over the place today. All right, yeah, it's not. I'll have to fix it later, I guess. That's annoying as hell. A lot of things going wrong today for some reason. Jakey Stee comes in with a super sticker saying thumbs up. Jakey Stee's trying to tell you guys, hit the like button if you haven't. Yeah. All right, so is the PS5 Pro pointless? Well, in my last video, I talked about the PS5 Pro reveal and how it's coming this week. And I want to read some of these comments because they're interesting. So somebody says, if the PS5 Pro is not for you, just don't buy it. Some people don't want it. It doesn't matter to those who don't. Very interesting. All of those moaning about the PS5 Pro, yes, we need a PS5 Pro. If I scroll down a little bit further, this is a long comment. Somebody says, I'm usually indifferent to new hardware, but the mere existence of a PS5 Pro pisses me off. How shameless do you have to be to release a new hardware when the existing one is in such a pathetic state? It's been 4 years. There aren't enough games on it. Are they really trying to ignore that we had something called COVID this generation and how shit this generation has been due to it? Are they really ignoring that and just pumping out hardware just for the sake of it? And don't even give me this crap that the PS5 still has some years left. New hardware means we count the new hardware. Even if old, we still get games. PS4 is still getting games, so what they released for the PS5 as new hardware after delivering absolute bangers on the PS4, and only when it was a necessity to upgrade. They failed to deliver on everything promised when they marketed the PS5. Now, shamelessly, they are moving to another console when there really isn't any real necessity. It's all superficial demand made up by marketing and sheeps who will buy anything and everything without applying their brain. Sony has turned the console industry into the smartphone industry. They keep launching new models with really insignificant differences, like smartphone companies sell you a new phone that has slightly better camera and pixels. I won't be surprised if 5 years from now they'll try and sell a new console every 2 years. Holy moly, that is a my God, dude. I feel like Sony did something to this man personally. You know? This man took something very personal. Omen86 with another super chat says, on the left, you have developers needing to compromise for the Series S. On the right, they can go all out on the PS5 Pro. Developers love power. Big W. Yeah, that's one of the things I think is funny about the whole PS5 Pro situation is people are acting so mad about it, but the reality is, like, people are acting like Sony is about to release a less powerful console like the S or something. The Pro will not hurt the PS5 in any way, shape, or form. This is the part I don't understand from people who are so upset about the Pro, where it's like, And I'm talking about people who are like really annoyed by it, not people who are like, oh, I don't care. I'm not interested. I don't think I need it. No, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who are annoyed by it, where it's like, do you not realize that, like, if you are on a PlayStation, if you have a PlayStation 5 console right now, if you have a PS5 and you do nothing for the rest of this generation, there's like nothing bad happens to you. Like nothing, you know what I mean? Like you're totally unaffected. You're totally unaffected. The PS5 Pro has no impact over you or the games you're going to get for the remainder of this generation or how you choose to enjoy those games on your console. Zero impact. And the reason being is because it's more powerful hardware with the same CPU. So in other words, basically, you're going to be missing out on higher resolutions, maybe slightly more stable frame rates, but nothing dramatic. Like you're not going to see a game go from 30 to 60. It's just very unlikely since it has the same CPU. You're probably going to miss out on, just more ray tracing and stuff like that. And that's where it should be so abundantly clear that, like, dude, if the PS5 Pro doesn't sound exciting to you, it's because it's not for you. And I just don't understand. I don't understand the animosity. That's what I don't understand. And I do want to say this one comment that this person left, I completely disagree with, because it's like this person is speaking from a point of view where it's like, listen, man, your problem isn't with the PS5 Pro. Your problem is with PlayStation. Like this comment where it's like Sony hasn't delivered on anything that they promised. They failed to deliver anything that they promised. They're shamelessly moving on the new hardware. Like, dude, I don't know what you've been doing on your PS5 for the past 4 years, but I've been playing games on it, and Sony has delivered a shit ton of awesome games. Now, if your problem is that there's not enough exclusives just for the PS5, okay, again, what does that have to do with the Pro? Like, I think, to be honest, I think this comment is failing to understand that this isn't the PlayStation 6. This person is treating the PS5 Pro like it's the PlayStation 6, and it's not. It's a mid-gen refresh. It's a slightly more capable PS5. Or just a moderately more capable PS5 at most. Drive by Joe says PS4 is hurting the PS5. Let's move on from them. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like a PS5 Pro, while it isn't a PS6, it does help nudge the industry forward. It helps, and I think we need that because we need to move on. We do need to move on from the PS4. And I think the PS4 will still linger for a little while. But I just don't understand the animosity, man. I don't get it. And Omen86 with another chat says, it's all about the games. PlayStation is already the biggest platform. So first choice for developers, more sales. If developers gravitate to the Pro, that's another W. Well, yeah, I think you're right. The PS5 Pro will boost PS5 sales to a small extent, where it'll just be a little shot in the arm, I guess you could say, once it releases. And especially if there is marketing around GTA 6, which we talked about, apparently that's going to happen. I agree. I only see a W here, man. I don't see an L. I think it would be, to be clear, I think it would be fine if Sony didn't do a Pro. Like, I want to make it clear that I'm not saying that I believe a Pro is needed. I don't believe that. I believe what is needed are developers optimizing as best they can for the current gen. I think that's what's needed. And the hope is that that's going to happen. No, MRPD, I never found that. I looked for it. I didn't find it anywhere. But look, if I go read some more comments here. Oh, I'm trying to see. This comment sucks, dude. This person says Death Stranding 2 boring. Your comment sucks. Dude, some of these comments on my videos just fucking suck ass, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's all you have to say? Just Death Stranding 2 boring. Like, why are you even here, man? I'm not trying to be like a Death Stranding defender, but it's like, we talked about a state of play. We talked about a PS5 Pro. We talked about Astro Bot. We talked about new first-party announcements, potentially to state of play. And the only comment this person could offer is Death Stranding 2 boring. Like, okay. I swear, man, the brain rot. It's real, dude. The brain rot is real. This person says, yeah, for $700, LOL. Dude, oh my God. I have not checked this comment section since I released the video. Are you guys seeing this shit? What the hell is wrong with these comments? Yeah, for $700, LOL. Like, where you get, who confirmed that? Who said the PS5 Pro? Where's that comfort? Like, oh man, my comments are triggering me. I'm trying to find more comments about the Pro. This person says, my only concern with the PS5 Pro is scalpers. They got a taste for blood last time. So this person's afraid the PS5 Pro is going to get scalped to oblivion. No one asked for a PS5 Pro. Sony, please don't put a surprise face on when it flops. Astro Bot looks great, but we want adult and good games like Wukong, Death Stranding, Ghost of Tsushima. Like, bro, okay, look, I'm not trying to be rude to my own audience here and these people leaving comments. Like, I appreciate your viewership, but you gotta be more self-aware about the shit you're typing. Like, I'm gonna read this again. No one asked for a PS5 Pro. Sony, please don't put a surprise face on when it flops. Astro Bot looks great, but we want adult and good games like Wukong, Death Stranding, and Tsushima. Bro, you just listed 3 great or good games, as you would call it. Good games for adults, as you worded it. You just listed 3 that Sony, well, maybe Sony didn't necessarily deliver Wukong, but that's on the PS5, and 2 that Sony's going to deliver on top of Astro Bot. What is wrong with people, dude? Like, what is wrong with people in this constant idea that we can only have one thing? We can't have 2 things. God forbid if we have 3 things, we can only have one thing. It's mind-numbing. Nobody asked for a Pro. Nobody asked you to buy a Pro. Well, I guess technically, I don't know. I guess technically Sony might ask you to buy a Pro. But as of right now, nobody asked you to buy a Pro. Dude, by the way, I'm reading comments that have upvotes. Like, people are agreeing with the shit that's being said here. Wild takes, bro. Wild takes. Astro's great, but Sony, you need to make more adult games. Like, dude, this is the first, like, non-adult game we've gotten from Sony, like, first party, in a long, like, since Ratchet and Clank. It's been literally 3 years. It's okay. Where are these takes being had? No, in my comment section, dude. Oh, that has to be some Twitter brain rot. No, bro, that's my comment section. That shit is funny. Omen86 says the Pro will solidify PlayStation's dominance. Omen's ready to kick the doors down, man. He's ready to go. Omen's ready to rip his shirt off, and there's just going to be a giant Jim Ryan tat right on his chest. The one where Jim Ryan's laughing. I know that's what Omen's getting ready to do, man. That's the next step. He's got the picture of Jim Ryan. Next, it's the chest tat. Let me see what other insane comments are on this video. As a huge Sony fan, I don't understand how adults are excited for Astro Bot. It looks extremely childish, dude. These comments cannot be. These are not PlayStation fans, dude. These are not actually play. That comment has almost 20 upvotes. These are not actual PlayStation fans. Nobody's thinking that right now, except salty, angry, bitter people. Like the most reasonable thing I've seen and what I've actually seen from real PlayStation players is, oh, that's great. Astro Bot seems like a great game. Not for me. I'm going to play something else. That's what real people are saying. These people that come to these comment sections, man. It seems so childish. The good news is these comments are downvoted to oblivion, though. We don't need a stupid PS5 Pro, but I hope a state of play happens this month. PS5 Pro, the console no one has been asking for. Do you guys see what I'm saying? This is why I felt like I had to bring this topic up today, where I had to ask, dude, if I'm reading these comments, I'm like, yo, Sony, you're about to make a huge mistake, right? You're about to make a huge mistake. Nobody wants this console. PlayStation fans hate this console. PlayStation fans hate you for making this console. And it's so not real. At least not to this degree. That's wild. I think a lot of people are annoyed because they're going to... I think the people who are being vocal about it in this way, I think it's because they're afraid of the FOMO. Michael, yeah, you're still on the leaderboard just for today. It's my fault. I actually forgot to update the trophies. I could tell you right now, I had to update it at the end of the stream. It'll, like, if I try to do it right now, it'll completely kill the momentum of the stream. But right now, the platinum goes to Omen 86, and the gold trophy goes to Hellbound the Legend, and the silver goes to Matt Fu, and the bronze goes to, let me see here, I believe Exley Trismegistus. Wait, no, sorry, actually, the bronze actually goes to DJ. Perfect Image, you're saying I blocked you on X? Oh, my bad. Don't take it personal. I don't block literally everybody, but I block like crazy, dude. I'm not even... I mean, I don't block for no reason. So if you're blocked, I must have came across something that you said to me or something. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. But that's kind of weird because, like, you're always here and you've never said anything here. I wonder if I blocked you accidentally. There are definitely people that I probably blocked accidentally, like clicking the wrong reply or whatever. Because sometimes I do see people, they're like, "Hey man, what'd you block me next?" I'm like, who? What did you say? Who are you? Yeah, I don't take Twitter seriously. I'll be honest with you, man. Like, if you're blocked on Twitter, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I wouldn't necessarily take it personally. It's just I don't care about Twitter. I mean, I'm over there, you know, but I'm just like, I hate it here. I hate this place. We have Digital Dude 25 coming in. He says, oh, wait, hold on. He says, MBG, I hate to break it to you, but Twitter isn't real life. Sony isn't going to release a PS5 Pro just because 100 people on Twitter say it's not needed. Probably the same people who said we don't need a PS5. That's what, dude. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. It feels like there's some kind of weird angst that is being artificially created about the, like, towards this console. Because what I also look on the other side, I see a lot of people who are excited for this console, or at the very least intrigued by it and interested. That's what's weird. Is like, it's clear there's going to be a market here. Probably not the largest market in the world, but I'm in agreement with you, Digital Dude. Like, people crying about the PS5 Pro, like, you just got to get over it. I'm not saying you should accept it and buy one and praise it. No, nothing like that. Have as much disdain for it as you want. But I just think, you know, these comments that people are leaving where it's like, nobody wants the Pro, this thing sucks. Like, I think Sony is well aware that this thing is not going to sell anywhere near as well. Not even close. It's going to be a very low volume unit. So the reality is most people don't want it. And that's fine. But I just think the people who are making it sound like Sony should cancel this and not release it, and it's like a mistake, I think they're being disingenuous because I don't see the Pro as a mistake. The PS5 Pro, the console nobody asked for, like, okay, that's fine. Maybe nobody asked for it, but how many other things can we say nobody asked for, but they exist anyway, and there's a group of people supporting it? Probably a lot of things. It's like, it's not that serious, you know? I just don't understand the animosity. That's all. That's why I'm really curious. I'm really curious to see how the reveal goes down, because I think depending on the reveal, that's going to really determine whether or not a lot of this is just kind of made up, or, you know, if there seems to be like a lot of vitriol and disdain being thrown around for the PS5 Pro even after it's revealed, then okay, then it'll be like, all right, maybe there's something to this. Like, I wouldn't expect the Pro to garner backlash, right? I would expect it to garner some excitement, maybe minimal excitement, just excitement from the enthusiasts and the people who really want it. But for everybody else, just like, I'm good. That's what I expect. If we go from, if we get that, and I think it's mission success. You know, Sony did exactly what they needed to do. They're going to sell a Pro console to a certain demographic of PlayStation players who are excited for it. If we somehow see a lot of backlash and like there's some kind of like, I don't know, hate train or something that takes off after this, I would be a little surprised. Omen86 says, Xbox power with 3 exclamation points. No games that actually use it. Sony makes a Pro with even more power, which will actually be used. Xbox, dumb, nobody needs it. Yeah, that's been an awkward thing to say. I haven't seen that as much, Omen, but I have seen it on occasion where, I don't know, man. To be honest, how are Xbox, I haven't been paying much attention. How are Xbox fans, like people who I guess are known, like pretty well known or have some type of reputation or influence or whatever, but are aligned with Xbox, how are they reacting to the Pro and the fact that the reveal is imminent? Like, do they care, or is that really what they're doing? Are they like downplaying it? Where it's like, oh, it doesn't matter, nobody cares. I do see some random people, you know, like on my YouTube comment sections or on Twitter. I do see some random people talk like that, but I don't know who those people are. Like, you know, they're just random people. Because I feel like that is a weird thing. If I was an Xbox player, I would be very disappointed that there's no mid-gen refresh. I would be. Like, if the Xbox console is like something I enjoyed and like my main place to play, I would actually be very disappointed, truthfully, because you know what console I thought Microsoft did a pretty damn good job with was the Xbox One X. I was like, they did a good job. Like, they really screwed up with the Xbox One, the One X, their mid-gen refresh. Although the problem was they didn't have games, like at least not any good ones that were coming anytime soon. But it was a nice console in that, like, you know, they are serious about rectifying the mistake they made with the original Xbox One And that's why I thought it was so weird that when, you know, when we started hearing rumblings of a PS5 Pro and it's like, oh, it's actually real. I remember like Phil Spencer kind of commented on it or something. He basically was like, yeah, we're not really doing that. I don't know if it was Phil Spencer, but somebody at Microsoft basically confirmed they're not doing a mid-gen. And that to me was like, huh. And yeah, I just don't understand, man. Would the hate be as high right now? Would the hate for the PS5 Pro or the animosity towards it or the, you know, the concern, whatever you want to call it, would it be as high if Microsoft was doing a mid-gen refresh? Maybe it would still maybe be high, but not as high. Because I think like there's a group of Xbox players that would be excited. You know, they would be like, come on, let's not kid ourselves. There are absolutely people right now who love the Xbox console or have been invested in the Xbox ecosystem that, yeah, it chapped their ass when they found out, shit, Sony's doing a Pro, but Microsoft isn't doing anything. Yeah, it did. It chapped their ass because it's like, you're talking about the company that marketed the power factor, and now they're going to lose it, and they're not going to do anything to try to get it back. Maybe not until next gen, whenever that's going to start. And I don't know. Look, I'm not saying the PS5 Pro couldn't end up being underwhelming. I don't want it to be, because that's where I feel like Sony has to do a good job. They have to do a good job and, you know, like tell people why they might want it, why they might need it. Or like convince people why they might need it. If they could do that, then there's no problem. The question I have is, how is Sony going to reveal this thing, dude? Waylark, you're saying, did you see the Days Gone director John Garvin saying, quote, kind of sad seeing Deke has been reduced to promoting other games, end quote, and throwing shade at Ben Studios? I did. Waylark, my suggestion to you is when this stream comes to an end and the timestamps are up, there's a whole it's actually the first segment of the stream. I talked about it for about like 20, 25 minutes. But yeah, very weird, bizarre behavior and comments, in my opinion. Don't quite understand it. Razel says the PS4 Pro made sense because most TVs at the time were 4K. The PS5 Pro doesn't have a solid reason to be released, but I'll be buying one. Well, you know, that's the thing, man, is I feel like everybody is basically trying really hard to find a reason, but the truth is there's only one reason that needs to exist, and it always has and it always will exist. And it will continue to exist. And that reason will make some people mad, but it doesn't matter. The only reason the only reason the PS5 Pro needs to be justified is, are there people who want better performance and better looking games? And if the answer's like in the console space, and if that answer's yes, then that's all that's needed. Because that's what the PS5 Pro will do. You're right. Like, there was more of a need, right? When we ask, is the PS5 Pro pointless? You could make the argument that the PS4 Pro was not pointless because the need for 4K existed. We need 4K. We've entered the age of 4K. The PS4 can't do 4K, so it's needed. This time around, we're not moving to 8K. Nobody's moving to 8K. So we're getting a lot of games running at 60 FPS. Resolutions are a little bit all over the place, but what's the real need? And it's like, I don't think there is a need for a PS5 Pro. Like, if you were to ask me, do you MBG, do you think we need a PS5 Pro? No, we don't need it. But that's not the question that I think needs to be asked at this point. I think the question that needs to be asked is, do people want it? And that's why these people who are saying the console nobody asked for, tell that to the sales when the PS5 Pro sells out. it's a lot of people who apparently didn't ask for a Pro, but they're buying it anyway. And that's the thing, man. That shit happens all the time. I don't get it. Like, I just don't get why people are like, why their feathers are so ruffled over this, man. Like, people, here's what I'll say this. Let me try to meet some people halfway. I think there might be some people who are getting confused and they have this false perception or understanding where they believe because Sony is making a PS5 Pro, this means they're making less games. Like, there's less time, money, and resource going into games. I don't think most people think this way, but some people do. And for anybody who does, that's not how it works. What is happening with the PS5 Pro is underneath Sony's hardware division. And it has literally nothing to do with the game side in terms of investment and resource and what games are being made right now and game production pipelines. It has nothing. The only thing I will say, this is the only impact the Pro, and it's not necessarily a bad one. I guess I could see maybe how some people see it as a bad thing, but devs are probably taking a little bit of extra time, not much, but just a little bit of extra time to optimize for the Pro and boost their game for the Pro. Because here's something else that I think a lot of people are not taking into account. If you're a game dev and you realize the Pro is going to get announced soon, you probably want to wait to reveal your game when the Pro comes out, because there's going to probably be a whole section of the PlayStation Store dedicated to Pro enhanced games. If you can get your game, especially in the early days, PS5 Pro enhanced, you're going to get mass exposure, or at least decent exposure, right? I don't know if it'll be mass, because I guess it depends on how many PS5 Pro units you sell, but people will see your game. That's the point. Like, a lot more people. Your game is not necessarily going to be buried, because in the early days of the PS5 Pro, again, it's like something that a lot of developers are going to want to kind of flock to, where it's like, we can say our game's PS5 Pro enhanced, have a special section in the store. And so the devs that are going to put the extra effort in to do that will likely be rewarded, because it'll be the first games that people see. Anybody who's upgrading to the Pro, or anybody who's thinking about upgrading to the Pro. But yeah, I get what the PS4 Pro was, I would say, needed. I don't know. See, that's the whole thing too, though, man. Like, I'll be real with you. We could say the PS4 Pro was needed, but there were absolutely millions of people who would tell you, no, it wasn't needed. Like, 1080p was fine. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's subjective, man. That's the whole thing. I think that's really all this boils down to, is this whole idea of, do we need a PS5 Pro? Is a PS5 Pro pointless? There is no answer to it, because it's subjective. It depends on who you ask. If I ask Omen86, hey man, do you think a PS5 Pro is pointless? He's gonna say, no, dude, I'm excited for the Pro, because I think it'll be cool to upgrade my PS5 after using it for 4 years and get some enhanced games that look and run better while I wait for the PlayStation 6. That's probably what he would say. Versus if I ask some person in my comment section on my last video who's freaking out and screeching out the PS5 Pro, hey, like, do you think the PS5 Pro is pointless? They're going to be like, absolutely. Who wants this thing? Nobody wants this thing. Sony needs to focus on making games. This is stupid. And it's just like, well, Sony, that's two different people. One wants to buy it, the other doesn't. So what is your read on that? So if you're Sony, you're probably like, well, there are people who want to buy it, so why not make it? There are people who want to cry about it, but why should we let that stop us from just making it? I don't know, man. People are likely going to get weird, and, I've seen people already getting weird where they're trying to make it sound like Sony doesn't have any games, and so because they don't have any games, they're just focused on more hardware. And it's like, well, I think the idea is games will be shown alongside the new hardware. That's usually how these things have gone, and it would be kind of bizarre if it didn't go down that way. And we have Digital Dude 25 once again saying people said nobody wanted the PS Portal, and look at how that turned out. That's a great example, actually, Digital Dude. Yeah, I didn't even think to make that comparison. That is a great example. You're absolutely right. People clowned on the PlayStation Portal. Dude, truthfully, I was convinced based off of the internet's reaction that the Portal was going to flop and flop hard, and Sony was going to like basically pretend it never existed. I really thought that. Like, I genuinely believed it was going to flop. And I was also genuinely surprised when it was like, holy shit, this thing is kind of like really, it's sold out. Like, Sony's trying to get on it and produce more units. So you're absolutely right, Digital Dude. It's one of these things where it's all talk until the rubber hits the road. And something tells me that the PS5 Pro, and look, I want to make it clear, like, I'm not trying to come off as like a fanboy or anything. Like, I'm very much interested and somewhat excited for the Pro, but I like my PS5, dude. Like, I guess I'll put it to you this way. If when Sony announces the PS5 Pro pre-orders, if I can't pre-order it because it's like Sony screws me over and like, you know, it's sold out instantly and I'm not going to buy it from a scalper. Like, I'll be fine. I'll wait. Like, I'll wait until they become more available, and it's okay if I'm not there launch day. Like, I'll survive, you know? This isn't the same as the PS5. Where like the PS5, I would have lost my shit if I wasn't able to secure a PS5 pre-order day one, because it is a new generation. The PS5 Pro, it's just not on the same level. And so it's like, I'm just trying to put it out here that I'm not even trying to defend this console. I'm just simply saying that, like, it's not offensive in any way. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not offensive. And I think people are out here acting like they're somehow offended by it, by its existence. I do hope I can secure a PS5 Pro pre-order, though. I'm a little bit nervous about that. The pre-order situation with PlayStation Direct has been absolute shit since day one, and I really hate that Sony has basically not improved it. Oh yeah, dude. Now, see, that to me is like a combo that gets me excited. Metal Gear Solid 5 Delta, or not 5, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake or Delta. I always get the Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. God. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, if they announce it's PS5 Pro Enhanced, that's going to make me want a Pro a little bit more. Certainly. A little bit more. But, you know, I think people are just behaving as if people are acting like when the PS5 Pro comes out, it renders the PS5 like a weak piece of shit that nobody wants anymore. And it's like, not at all, dude. PS5 is still pretty great, man. Like, I'm playing Astro Bot on it right now. I did, by the way, I went back and I re-downloaded Black Ops 6 Beta now that's open, and I went to go give it another shot. And I toggled on the Call of Duty uses like this upsampling. I don't know what it is. It's like, I think it's like an AMD thing where, does anybody know what it's called in the settings for Black Ops 6? They use like this this technology that basically sharpens the image, and you can toggle it. Like, you can put it to like 50 or 60 or 70 or all the way up to 100. And I was messing around with it, and I turned it up, and I'm like, actually, yeah, FSR, there we go. I forgot the name of it. And I was like messing around with it. I'm like, actually, this looks really good. I was like kind of surprised. I'm like, yeah, and I kept the texture streaming on minimal, and I'm just saying, like, and I get it. It's a game that's still running on PS4, but the point is, like, you know, you look at games like even Black Myth Wukong, and it's not perfect. Like, Black Myth Wukong needs a little bit of work, but it's not that bad. Like, it's just not. Would it be better on PC if you have capable hardware? Yes. It's also expensive, but yes. But I feel like if you're playing it on PS5, it still looks good. Oh, and by the way, little update on Call of Duty. So I messed with some settings on Black Ops 6. Turns out, even though I had an Ethernet cable plugged into my PS5, now this is some crazy shit. And this to me is like a system flaw with the PS5, or like a software flaw, I mean, where if you plug in an Ethernet cable, if you don't manually change your network to the Ethernet cable, you will stay on Wi-Fi. Think about that shit. You plug in an Ethernet cable, if you don't manually change it over in the settings, you just stay on Wi-Fi. So this whole time, I'm playing on my PS5 thinking that I'm wired in, and I'm not. I'm still on Wi-Fi. So I had to go in the settings and switch it over to my LAN cable, and my God, what a difference maker. Crazy shit, dude. You would think that that's something it would automatically switch to, right? That I couldn't believe that. But I messed around with some settings in Black Ops 6, and I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I had to change the FOV. I had to lower the FOV because I don't like a wide FOV. I know people love that, but I struggle with a wide FOV. I started playing some more, and I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I had some games where I was like, I don't know if it's the change in the FOV or my internet connection's better, and I'm like, I'm going on some tears, and I'm like, okay, I'm feeling the dopamine here. I'm feeling the dopamine rush, and I'm like going, I'm killing 6 people in a row and shit, and I'm like, is this good? Wait, is this good? But yeah, I don't know, man. I'll keep playing the beta for a little bit. Well, I think it ends today or whatever, so I have a decision to make. Saying Black Ops 6 is horrible packet loss and desync issues. The stutters are brutal. That's what was weird, man, is like, I think when I played it previously, I was playing it on a Wi-Fi connection, and it was bad. Like, I was thinking that I was telling you guys it was like the movement, but now that I was playing it with a wired connection, it felt a lot like there were still some issues network wise, but generally it felt way more smoother. And I'm like, dude, tell me I was just experiencing like connection issues this whole time, which I would have never suspected because, again, my Ethernet cable was plugged in. I just didn't switch it over. So it makes me wonder how many other multiplayer experiences I've partook in over the last like year, and whatever issues I was encountering or whatever, it's like, bro, you're playing on Wi-Fi. Like Anyway. Still got some more super chats here. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. I'm just going on and on. Thank you guys for being patient. Miguel says Digital Foundry wants the Pro, so do I. I'm sure Digital Foundry is going to have a field day when the Pro comes out. I'll be really interested to see what they have to say. They're probably going to break everything down. Well, they definitely will. Digital Dude 25 says, I talked to Phil Spencer yesterday, and he told me that he can't wait for the PS5 Pro. He said Forza Horizon 5 will run great on it. I mean, I would say that's unrealistic, but yeah, that's going to be super, super awkward, man. If like there's a batch of Xbox games that get Pro enhanced. Music Hero says no boss today, MBG. So guys, I will say we're 3 hours into the stream. I didn't realize how long it's been going. We're at 11 members on the day. All right. We're pushing for a goal of 25. If we can go beyond 25, more power to you guys. But the goal is 25 members. We're at 11 so far. So we're close to the halfway point. We're almost there. If you guys want to get a little member train going, get us to 25, we can bring Boss in. We can feed the Beast. We can feed the Micro Panther. I know Luna's in here somewhere. She's always kind of hiding. But I had to remove Boss from the room a little bit earlier because he was being a bit too chaotic. He wanted treats immediately, but we gotta hit the goal, man. We gotta hit the goal. Let me see. We have Omen86. He says, just got an app from a friend. His son just platinumed Astro. Has been playing the entire weekend. Said it was the most fun game his son ever played. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, man. I don't understand some of the comments I've seen from people being like it's childish and whatnot. Like, look, man, the point of this game is everybody can play it. Kids can play it. Kids can get platinums. Adults can play it. Adults can have fun, have a nostalgia trip, enjoy the mechanics, get the platinum. It's a game for everybody, and that's awesome, man. Congrats. That's, you know, it's impressive too. The entire weekend, huh? Platinuming it in one weekend. I would have liked to be able to do that, but I don't think I just can't play games like that anymore, man. When I was younger, maybe I could, but I don't know if it was like 15 to 18 hours to platinum Astro. I have like 6 hours in it, so I gotta pace myself. Good shit though. You can tell your friend that I said congrats, or tell his your friend's son, congratulations on your Astro Bot Platinum. I'm proud of you. I'm impressed. MBG is impressed. That's what you could say. MBG is impressed. That is impressive though, man. Platinuming Astro is impressive, I would say, in a weekend. Rumble says, I'm 41 and I feel attacked. Waylark says, personally, I'm not a fan of mid-gens. Makes buying a PS5 pointless at launch. Just wait a few years for a better version to run games more stable. See, I don't believe in that. I mean, listen, I think that's fine, Waylark, and I think your opinion is perfectly fine, and I think it's valid. I think that's a valid opinion that I can, like, the logic is there. I understand the logic. But where I disagree, or at least my opinion of it, is I also have to ask this too, or we have to consider this. When we talk about subjectivity, dude, I feel like people's perception of time is subjective as well. And I think the reason why I'm mentioning this is because what I'm going to say to you, Waylark, is like, to me, 4 years is a long time. 4 years, it's not the longest time, but like just 4 years. That is a significant chunk of time, in my opinion. And when I think about where I am now versus where I was during the launch of the PS5, that's a long time, dude. And so the only thing I think in this circumstance is I've used my PS5 for 4 years. I paid $500 for my PS5, and I've used it for 4 years straight. And believe me when I tell you that I actually dusted out my PS5 today. And man, that was overdue. But believe me when I tell you that this thing has gotten thousands upon thousands of hours of usage. And I just don't feel that way, dude. Like, if I do pay $600, so an extra $100, right? $500 plus the extra $100 for the boost for the PS5 Pro, 4 years later, I do not feel like what I did on the PS5 those past 4 years was pointless, because everything I got from that PS5, dude, I came from the PS4 Pro. The PS4 Pro was a nice console for what it was. It was loud and obnoxious. It couldn't do 60 FPS. It couldn't do performance modes for like most games. Almost every game, or most games, were locked at 30 FPS. You know, it didn't have fast load times. It didn't have the features of the DualSense. And these are all reasons why I was like excited to upgrade to the PS5. And I can honestly tell you that I would have lost my freaking mind if I saw everything the PS5 offered. Even if I was like, I'm going to wait for the Pro. If I saw everything the PS5 offered and I was seeing these instant load times and the fact that it was super quiet, I'm sorry, dude, the PS4 Pro was fucking obnoxious with how loud that shit was. It was absurd. And I saw all this and I'm like, man, and then you get performance modes at 60 FPS and the games do look graphically superior. Yeah, I would have been like, dude, I got to upgrade to this. And I guess what I'm just trying to say is that, like, it's all subjective, right? Because a person who says, yeah, I just spent the last 4 years with the PS4 Pro and I was fine with it, versus a person who spent, you know, the last 4 years like myself with the PS5 saying, yeah, it was great and I'm totally fine with upgrading. I think they kind of cancel each other out. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I'm just trying to say, like, I think both people win, because if you were ready to upgrade to the PS5, and then you had it for 4 years like myself, and you feel satisfied like I do with the last 4 years, and I'm ready to upgrade, and I'm not upset. I'm actually excited. I feel like I win. I feel like if you're somebody who's stuck with the PS4 Pro, and the reason why you did is because you were like, yeah, I'm going to wait for that PS5 Pro before I upgrade, then you also win because you waited, and you're going to be rewarded for waiting with an even better console. And all the upgrades are going to be even better now. And I feel like, again, the only people who in their mind, I think, are convincing themselves that they lose somehow are, and I don't know how real, like, far reaching this is. Again, this might just be like 100 people on Twitter that are just all over the place. The only people who are like convincing themselves in their mind that they lose are people who, for some reason, believe that like games are now going to look and run like shit on the base PS5. And basically they feel like the PS5 is now being relegated to being a PS4, and that's not going to happen. Like, literally, games are developed for the PS5 base first. I want to say that again. Games are developed from the ground up for the base PS5 first, and then the extra bells and whistles that the Pro will offer are taken advantage of. So I really think at the end of the day, like, Waylark, again, your opinion, while I disagree with, or I don't have the same opinion and I have the opposite almost, I think we're both fine. Like, I think if you didn't want to upgrade because you just wanted to stick to the PS4 Pro because you knew a 5 Pro was coming, you're totally fine. Totally fine. If you bought a PS5 and enjoyed every minute of it, and now you're excited to buy a PS5 Pro as well, you're totally fine. The only people who aren't fine, man, are the people who for some reason are like, I don't know, they're acting like Sony's about to put the PS5 on life support or some shit. I don't get that. Well, guys, I gotta take a hydration break. I've been talking and not really drinking much. What about top PCs today? Have you lost your mind knowing you're on a 2080 PS5 instead of a 4090? Well, yeah, that's a good point. I get where you're coming from. No, I don't. I guess you know what it is, man, is it's what I am subjected, or what I seek out, right? So like, I'm not actively looking into PC gaming. Like, I'm not looking up videos or coming across stuff where here's like the performance of my $3,000 PC rig or whatever, or my $2,500 PC rig and what it can do. I'm not looking into that. I'm not really subjected to it, I guess. And maybe if I did, I don't know, if I were to go look it up, maybe I'd be like, man, that does look a lot better, or like maybe I saw, there was actually, funny enough, there was this one comparison I saw more recently. It was a picture that somebody took. I think it was this guy, Solid Rev. I've come across him a couple times. And he put like I think it was him. Maybe I'm mistaken, but he put out like a comparison picture. He's like, this picture was taken on the PS5 in like performance mode or something. And this picture was taken, it was like in the same spot in the game on like a pretty, I think, high-end PC gaming rig. And I looked at, I'm not even kidding. Like, I didn't read any replies or anything. I didn't look at what anybody said. I looked at it. I literally couldn't tell which one was which. I'm not fucking kidding. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not saying that to defend the console. I'm not, because I did play Wukong in performance mode, and it definitely doesn't look like amazing. It looks fine. It looks not choppy. It looks jagged in some areas. But when I saw this picture, I was like, I literally can't see the difference. I cannot see it. I don't know if it was because I was looking on a phone screen or whatever. But then when I went to the replies, people were acting like, oh my God, that looks like shit on PS5. And I'm like, what the? Like, I felt like I was being gaslit, bro. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? And I'm almost afraid, like, shit, am I going to see something similar? I don't know if maybe maybe my eyes are starting to go or something. Am I going to see something similar with the PS5 Pro where it's like Sony's like, check out this game on the PS5 Pro versus the PS5? And I'm looking at it, I'm like, yo, I don't see any difference. Yeah. Like, I genuinely wonder if that's a thing that will occur. Like, you can see a difference for sure if you compare these games like in action in real time. I do watch Digital Foundry comparisons from time to time, not all the time. I'm not always seeking it out, but I don't know, man. I don't, like I said, I'm not opposed to PC gaming in the way that people think I am. If Sony in the future, they come out and they're like, hey man, yeah, like you're just going to talk to me personally. Hey MBG, we're going to put out a launcher, like our own launcher on PC. And when you boot it up, it's going to be the exact same menu as the PS5. And all of our games are going day one on PC. And you can buy them either on Steam or you can buy them from our own launcher. And like any digital game you purchased from the PlayStation Store transfers over to this launcher you have access to. Basically, we're just putting the PS5 on PC in its entirety. If they do that in the future, there's a good chance I will actually go to PC gaming. The reason being is just because it's like, well, shit. I mean, yeah, like why not upgrade my components over time and get better performance if you're going to give me literally everything that the PS5 offers, everything from top to bottom, the entire PS5 experience. If you put that on PC, at that point, I do agree not that there isn't a point, there still will be a point to console, and I will still have the console. But at that point, the console is for people who only care about convenience and convenience alone, and that's the only reason they buy it. You know what I mean? So it's one of these things where it depends on what Sony plans to do. Although I don't know, for all I know, they could do that, and I try to go to PC, and I just don't like it. And I'm like, I like console. I'm just gonna stick with console. It's possible, but I don't know, man. It's right now. It's unknown what they're gonna do, other than the PS5 Pro, and the fact that they're going in so hard on the PS5 Pro tells me that Sony still believes that they have to try to be at the forefront of console hardware. Where, yeah, like, can you get a PC that's much better, more capable than the Pro? Yeah. But I don't know. Will you be able to match what you're seeing on a PS5 Pro for $600 with a PC build? Maybe. I don't know. I literally don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm going to assume probably not, because if that was the case, why would Sony even bother? But I don't know, man. These companies are all going in interesting and different directions, and I'm willing to go to different places. Like, it's interesting. One of the most interesting things that I noticed about myself this year that I didn't really think about too much is that when Hellblade 2 dropped, and I decided I was going to play it, like, I just naturally gravitated towards my PC. And literally the reason for that was because it was either, oh, there's that Xbox logo on my PC. Like, I guess because it's Windows, it comes pre-installed. Let me click on that and see what's going on here. It was either that or buy a console that I don't currently own. And what really blew my mind is when I opened the Xbox app on my PC, it was literally the Xbox dashboard. It literally just turned my PC in that moment into an Xbox, and it had Hellblade 2 right there. And they gave me a free month of Game Pass. I mean, they really tried to win me over, bro. They gave me a free month of Game Pass and everything. But I was just like, oh, okay. And I literally did it right there in that moment for that. And we streamed it for a little bit. And it's just like, I don't know if that's what Sony's planning on doing in the future for the like PlayStation, but it'll just be interesting to see where console hardware falls in the grand scheme of all this. All right, now I'm taking way too long to get to these super chats. I gotta get a move on here. Perfect Image, you're saying the PS5 Pro features an upgraded GPU and AI chip designed to help devs and game engines achieve 60 FPS or higher performance challenges seen in some titles. Yeah, it does sound like there's going to be quite a bit on offer for the PS5 Pro, and I think that's the big thing that a lot of people are going to be looking out for. It's, okay, will this make games that struggled to reach 60 FPS or just couldn't reach 60 FPS, will it make them run at 60 FPS? I'm not expecting that. I mean, I'm expecting games that offer a performance mode already that chug at like 45 or 50 FPS and like just really struggle. I expect the Pro will just brute force its way. Like, yeah, you'll be able to get 60 now with these games. But I think any game that's being developed, that is really CPU bound, I don't expect that the Pro is just going to come in and be like, guess what? We can get you to 60. I don't think so, because the Pro is going to have the same CPU. But I do think ultimately just the horsepower, the extra horsepower that the Pro will offer will help some games and some game engines. Yeah. Like we already heard devs say that apparently, and this was a conversation that took place during Gamescom, apparently devs are feeling like the Pro is going to significantly help Unreal Engine 5 games. That's great. I'm all for that. Omen86 says, I will buy a Pro. I'll use the Pro downstairs in the living room as my main console. My old PS5 will move upstairs, used for VR. There's more room. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, so people have asked me, like, if I do get a Pro, what am I going to do with my current PS5? I'm going to keep it. I'll probably put it in another room, kind of like what you're saying here, Omen. I guess I would just have to decide, like, where my Pro is going to go versus where my current PS5 would go. But yeah, I don't plan on like trading it in or anything. I know a lot of people are kind of waiting to see if like GameStop or something does any trade-in deals when the Pro is announced. But so you're saying the Pro is going to go downstairs in your living room. Well, if I'm reading this correctly, Omen, it sounds like you're saying you're going to use VR2 on your base PS5 upstairs. You're saying there's more room. Am I reading that correct? Or maybe I'm reading that wrong? Because I would feel like, I don't know, I feel like you'd probably want to use PSVR 2 on the Pro, right? Unless, again, I'm reading it wrong. Although we're assuming Sony is going to have some kind of boost for PSVR 2. I think it would. Okay, you're saying Pro versions will give PS5 comparisons a bad look. So, okay, you're speculating that, for example, like when we see Death Stranding 2, I'm just throwing that game out there because we're going to be seeing it soon, and I'm assuming it'll be shown off on a Pro. You're telling me that you think when we see if I'm reading what you're saying correctly, okay, are you saying that when people see how good some PS5 games run on the Pro, it's just going to make the PS5 version look like shit? I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that there is that kind of concern, and if that were to happen, then I guess some of the fear that people have would be founded. But I don't know, man. I feel like these developers, it's in their best interest to make sure the base model of their game runs well, because it's like that's what most people are going to be buying it on. We also have Digital Dude 25 with another super chat saying, MBG, this one PlayStation gamer says you aren't a real gamer because you don't post gameplay / trophies on your Twitter or YouTube. The PS community is infested with clowns like them. It's kind of ironic that somebody would say that, because it's like, dude, I've posted a myriad of gameplay on my channel over the years. I'm just not really a gameplay channel. Like, truthfully, the only reason I've done less gameplay over the years is because like, it just doesn't get as much viewership, you know? Like, people are more interested in talking about games with me and diving deeper into the discussions rather than, like, you know, seeing how I play games. I mean, if you go back not a couple years, but if you go back to like 2019, dude, I have full playthroughs on my channel of PlayStation games. And it was like, I think it was getting a little bit more viewership at that time because it was like, you know, some of my first reactions to playing some games on the PS4. But I don't know, man. I just put out, maybe because some of my gameplay streams are members only. I guess some of these people saying this, they don't realize that I actually do stream some gameplay. When it comes to not showing my trophies, dude, I posted many trophies. I posted quite a few, you know, clips of me unlocking trophies, pictures of trophies I've unlocked. There was this one time, and yeah, some of these people, and I don't know who you're referring to, but the person I'm referring to is a fucking clown and a half that, God, I just can't wait till they're eventually off the internet, if they ever will be. But this one person tried to make the claim that I didn't play or beat The Last of Us Part 2. And that actually pissed me off because I was like extremely passionate about, you know, seeing that game through. And like, basically it was one of these things where I had a lot to say about The Last of Us Part 2, but I made damn sure to play the fucking game and make sure that, guys, like, you know, you can rest assured that, well, I don't think it's 100% necessary every time, but for as passionate as I'm getting about this game, I want people to know that I've also played it. So, you know, and this person really tried to go out of their way to convince people that I didn't play it. And so I went on my trophy list and I took a screenshot, you know, with the date and everything, like marked, like I played it and I beat it. And I fucking was like, here you go, you idiot. And you know what it turned into after that? Because the reason why I call these people clowns is because that's actually what they are. They're part of a circus. And this is not about, you know, this is just about playing a game and fucking around. What it turned into after that, when I proved to them, like, here you go, I beat this game, you're a fucking liar. And I'm showing in front of everybody that you are a liar. The next thing it became is, well, how come you didn't platinum it? How come you only got the trophies that say you beat the game? What about all the other trophies? And that's what I mean, where it's like, this is the game they play. They don't actually play video games. They're too busy being chronically on Twitter, trying to just, I don't know, start shit with people. I don't get it, man. Like, I literally saw somebody the other day, Friday. Was it Friday or was it Thursday? I think it was Thursday. Thursday, the last time I streamed. Dude. Oh, Josh, I'm sorry, man. Thank you so much for telling me. Okay. I don't know why that's not working, dude. 0 notifications for direct tips. All right, I'm going to go to that next so I don't miss it. Thank you for letting me know. I just want to say real quick, though, literally on Thursday, okay? On Thursday, that very day, I streamed Astro Bot when we were finished having our discussion. I literally started a second stream for members, and we played almost 2 hours of Astro Bot, okay? I came across a post from somebody where they were like, does this dude even play games or whatever? And there's like replies from people being like, no, he just talks about him. He's not a real gamer, blah, blah. And I'm like, you guys are like, I don't know what's wrong with people, but like, I don't know, like, I guess maybe you have to have a level of stupidity and ignorance to exist in these circles where it's like, okay, what you're saying is it's not even like you're trying to attack a person. It's just like you're not right. Like, you're factually wrong. I mean, to a degree where it's like literally as you posted this person is playing video games on his channel live. It's crazy. Like the level of ignorance and stupidity that you have to partake in these groups and to, I don't know. But I said though, that's the whole thing. It's I don't believe that people are that stupid. I mean, maybe some people are that stupid, but I think it's a game. You know, it's a game where it's like, yes, we are part of the circus, and the whole point of being in the circus is to be stupid and do silly things and not really make much sense. There doesn't have to be a rhyme or a reason because it's a circus and we're clowns, right? So, you know, it's just once I view it through that lens where it's like, oh, yeah, what kind of idiot am I, right? Like I'm going to walk into the circus and expect to take things seriously, you know? I'm not going to expect logic and reason. That's on me at that point, right? But let me make sure I get these. Moonshot, again, I apologize, man. Okay, Moonshot, you're saying Astro Bot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Black Myth, Wukong, Helldivers 2, and Stellar Blade. No one is going to care if Sony owns the studio. They're going to think, wow, that's crazy. Quickly, got to talk about the double standard for PlayStation. Let's use Avowed as an example. Imagine Insomniac came out a couple of months before the launch of Spider-Man 2, delayed it, and then said they're targeting 30 FPS. All hell would break loose, LOL. All PlayStation first party have 60 FPS and up modes, LOL. Well, you see, I think the thing about what you're saying here, Moonshot, I think what it reveals is it just goes to show how little people actually care about what's going on the Microsoft side of things. Like, there's not much hype for Avowed, dude. And I'm not saying that you can compare Avowed to Spider-Man 2. They're not comparable. But the reality is, yeah, like Microsoft is in a position where they've let people down and they've disappointed people. And they basically set the standard this generation where, like, listen, if you buy a Series X and you're expecting and anticipating our first party games, if you choose not to go to PC and you buy a Series X, you're going to be locked at 30 FPS on these consoles or on these games. And it happened with Redfall. It happened with Starfield, and 60 FPS came eventually for Starfield, but way later. And it's happening now with Avowed. And this is just where I am appreciative that, you know, when I remember when the PS5 launched, like there was this big thing, like, is Sony going to offer 60 FPS? Is Miles Morales going to offer 4K 60 FPS or an upscaled 4K 60 FPS? And everybody was waiting on that. And Insomniac was like, yeah, we are. And I remember the conversation after that turned into, oh, well, it's because it's also a PS4 game. So that's probably why. And then it just, you know, once it became apparent that every game was going to offer a 60 FPS, like every game from Sony was going to offer a 60 FPS mode, you know, people didn't really know what to say at that point, and they just moved on. Again, they moved the goalpost to something else. And Moonshot, I totally get what you're saying, man. It's a situation where I don't think people even care enough to bitch at Microsoft at this point, because Microsoft just made it clear, like, we don't care, you know? And I'm not saying that as in, like, Microsoft are being dicks about it. It's just they straight up told you, like, we're not trying to win the console war. We're done. Like, we're just going to let developers do what they want. And if they want to make it 30, they can make it 30. We're not going to try to push them. You know what I mean? And that's where I feel like things are a little bit different on the Sony side, where it's like, I'm pretty sure, I'm not saying Sony's like aggressively mandating, like there must be a performance mode, but I think it's just kind of one of these things where it's like, yeah, like it would be very wise for you to have a performance mode, because that's absolutely the expectation that people have. But yeah, people would go ballistic. Do I think there's going to be a game from Sony this generation that is going to be locked at 30 FPS on PS5? Yes. I don't know what game it will be. I don't know when it's going to happen. Do I think people are going to lose their minds and make a big deal about it and basically pretend that every game prior wasn't locked at 60, or not locked, but offering a 60 FPS performance mode? Yes. This will happen at some point. And it's going to be stupid when it does, because people are going to make it seem like getting one game at 30 FPS on the console without a performance mode pretty much negates the fact that you got, what, like probably 20 plus games You know? I don't know what's up with people and their some of their takes these days, but again, man, it's the internet, you know. People are gonna be the way they're gonna be. But either way, Moonshot, I do very much appreciate the direct donations, man. Really appreciate it. We have Digital Dude 25. You're saying I'm talking about JTech 4K TV and King Thrash. Block them immediately. I think I've seen their names pop up. I don't know what that's about. I don't have any beef with either of them, but I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, dude. You know, like I don't have to prove anything to anybody, and I'm not out here trying to play that game. And I would just suggest to anybody out there, like, listen, if you're being provoked on the internet where people are trying to, like, you know, trying to convince you that you have something to prove, like, you really don't. Like, just do what you want and just do your thing. And if you're going to play games, and I'm talking about the games that people like to play on the internet, part of the clown show, you know, just be aware that that's what you're doing. Like, there's no way to win people over. The goalposts will always move. You're always going to have something to prove. If you do 9 out of 10 things right, that one thing you did wrong, that's all people are going to focus on. So, you know, it's just like, who cares, man? Just do you. Just do you and enjoy what you do. And if you can't do that, then what's the point? Again, I have no beef with anybody. I'm just saying, I play a lot of games. I actually probably game a lot more than people realize. And if I really wanted to, I could do certain shit, and I think people would be quite surprised at some of the shit that I could show them. But I don't, because I don't care. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way. I did that one time for The Last of Us Part 2. And I learned all I needed to learn. Where, again, as soon as I did that, as soon as I shut that shit down and I proved to people right in front of I made them look like jackasses. It's like, you're out here clowning me. Here you go. You look like idiots. It didn't matter. They didn't look like idiots. And to the morons that follow them, they didn't think they were idiots either. They just thought, well, you didn't platinum it. You know, it's like, okay. All right. I see where this is leading. I'm out. Good day. Good day to you, sirs. No, nothing like that, Titus. Nothing like that. Let me make sure. Hold on. Did I miss another? No, I don't think. Okay, no, I didn't. Laman, you're saying your story of Until Dawn 2 looks like Imagine. Oh, I don't know, man. I feel like that's a lot of pressure being put on me, Laman. I don't know. To that, I'll say, whoever's working on Until Dawn 2, I'm assuming that it's Firesprite working on Until Dawn 2. I don't want to come up with the premise, because I'll be real with you right now, man. Like, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. My brain's fried. I can't really, I don't know. Like, I'm up for a lot of different things. Like, I don't know if they want to do a completely different premise, where it's not necessarily like a group of friends, but it's maybe something a little bit more isolated with just like fewer characters, but more personal. I don't know. I don't know if they want to take it in like space or some shit, you know, space horror. I guess I'm just saying, Laman, I'm up for pretty much anything, as long as they make it good and they make it nice and scary. I do have to play Until Dawn, though, so Until Dawn looks pretty good, though. Doolin Jones, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. Saying pro consoles are a niche market, but it's a market that exists, and it's an opportunity for Sony to double dip in people's pockets, just like the pro phones are a niche market, but the demand is still there 100%. PS5 Pro day one for me, no doubt. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like I think the comparisons to phones is interesting because I think what people are not pointing out here is that, dude, phones release yearly and it's different from a console. Like, I understand why people want to make those comparisons. The difference is the phone is a much more versatile device. So I think that's kind of what justifies a new iteration of a phone coming out every year versus a console kind of does one thing, like mainly does one thing. Doesn't really make much sense for it to come out every year. But that's why I think the mid-gen refresh does make sense because it's like, it's not like Sony's telling you day one, here's a PS5, here's a Pro, pick which one you want. I mean, if they did that, the Pro hardware would be outdated already, and it would be an unbelievably expensive console. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be that outdated. It really, if they wanted the Pro to be equivalent at the launch of the PS5, right, to what we're going to see now, it would be unbelievably expensive at the time of it launches. So I think kind of doing this stagger where it's like, we're going to do the base model. It's going to be out for half a gen. Then the mid-gen, we're going to have an upgraded Pro model. And we're going to be able to keep the price within range. Like, that's the important thing. And then 4 years later, we're going to move on to the next gen. I think that's fine. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think that we're going to see that there is absolutely a market for it. So thank you so much for the super chat, Doolin Jones. We also have OK saying, yes, the Pro will be bad marketing for the base PS5. I don't know. It depends. I mean, I feel like it depends on how Sony handles it, right? Like, let's take, again, something like Death Stranding 2 or maybe like Ghost of Tsushima 2. If Sony comes out and they're like, listen, we're going to show you Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Tsushima 2 or Wolverine, we could throw that in there as well. Here's what it looks like running on the PS5 Pro, and it looks like amazing, ray tracing everywhere, just looks so good. And then they're like, and here is what it looks like on the base PS5. And it's like, I don't think anybody's expecting it's going to look bad, though. That's the thing. Like, I think really what it's going to come down to is like, you can get a really solid, good-looking version of a game running on the PS5. Like Ghost of Tsushima 2, Death Stranding 2, these games are going to look and run well. At the very least, they're going to look good. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe one of them could be locked at 30 FPS, but they will look good on the base PS5. But I think the positioning of the Pro is going to be more along the lines of, but it's going to look even better on the Pro. So, I don't know. Sony does run that risk, but it comes down to how they market it. And I think it's going to be fine, man. I'll be honest. Like, I think that when people see how these games are going to turn out on the base PS5, I think they're going to realize that, all right, well, I'm not missing that much. It's more about the performance of the game than the visuals. Yeah, that I agree with. I agree. It could be one of these situations where if the Pro offers a very significant, noticeable performance advantage for a lot of games, that definitely could make the base PS5 look bad. But again, man, that's where these devs have to be aware, where it's like the bulk of your games are going to sell on the base PS5, so you can't neglect it. You have to optimize for it. And then we have Perfect Image saying, how do you like these titles? 007, Ghost 2, Mafia 4, and GTA 6. The only one I'm probably not that interested in, surprisingly, is 007. I've never really been into James Bond for whatever reason. No, I have nothing against James Bond, just never got deeply into it. Ghost 2, absolutely. Mafia 4, I saw that was announced. That'll be interesting. I'm interested to see. I never really got into that series, but they kind of have my attention somewhat with the new trailer. And then GTA 6, 100%, bro. Day one, 100%. And we also have Titus Crow saying, idea, Halloween members film watch-along. I've seen people do that. Yeah, the idea of doing watch-alongs. It's an interesting idea. I'd have to think about that, Titus. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like Well, yeah, I mean, it would be for members, so I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Don't be surprised if nothing comes of it, but in the future, could be looking for different types of content for members. That would be pretty unique. All right, so I do want to make sure to cover this. I have to cover this because it's part of my title and thumbnail. This happens sometimes, man. It happens more often than I like to admit. Like, one of the topics that I wanted to discuss ends up kind of taking a back seat. But Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO Herman Hulst has said that PlayStation's portfolio of great games has become more diverse over the years, and the platform boasts a bigger community than ever before. Hulst made these comments during the latest episode of the official PlayStation podcast, where he and Team Asobi's Nicholas Duche talked about Astro Bot's successful launch. The podcast was focused on Astro Bot, so it's no surprise that Hulst didn't bring up Concord. But the gaming community isn't about to let that one go, especially since the podcast went live the same day that Concord went dark. Game launches are massively important, and they're different for every team, Hulst said while explaining his special interest in Astro Bot. In my new role as a CEO of the studio business group at SIE, I think a little bit more about the business aspect of a launch. Hulst went on to say that it's very important for PlayStation Studios to target various genres, including the family market. PlayStation has a bigger community than it's ever had, and I think our portfolio of games is more diverse now. Of great games is more diverse now. But with the launch of Astro, I think what we're doing is celebrating what PlayStation has made great over the years. It's a celebration of joy and collaboration. So it's, it's a pretty basic statement. It's a pretty basic statement from Hulst, but I don't know. What do you guys make of Herman Hulst basically choosing to focus on Astro Bot and use Astro Bot as an opportunity to kind of talk about diversifying PlayStation's first-party portfolio, and he talks about his new role. See, I feel like this was like kind of strategic, where it's like, I mean, of course he's going to focus on Astro Bot and not mention Concord, but I think it's kind of a good thing, where it's like, yeah, maybe we just shouldn't mention Concord. Maybe we should just double down and focus all of our attention on Astro Bot, so that way we don't give people the wrong idea and we give them the right idea. Yeah. Guys, I'm going to let Boss in. Omen86 says PS5 Pro, ride the lightning. Hello, Boss. All right, guys. The Beast has entered the domain. He's back. We're still sitting at 11 members. I got to push you guys. a little bit. We got to push for the goal, man. We only have, so I am going to wrap this up at around 4 o'clock my time. So in about like 7 minutes, I'm going to put a big push out here. God, I can't even fucking talk, man. That's how you know I've been talking for too long. I'm going to put a big push out here. Big push for members. All right, we're at 11. Let's see if we can get that up to 25. I guess we'll make this like a last call, as I do towards the end of the streams. Last call for members. Last call for any fan funding, any other super chats you may have. I'm definitely going to emphasize that to Doolin Jones because I missed Doolin Jones' last super chat. All right, but we'll keep the stream going for about another 5 or 6 minutes or so. I know, boss. I know. Yeah, Ballistic Moon. They had some layoffs. I don't know why. They didn't really say why. Oh, God, Luna's over here too. Come on. Come on. There we go. Boss, I like you being on my lap, but I don't like when you bite my mic. Ugh. Thomas says, MBG, don't listen to the hate on Twitter. We need a PS5 Pro. I don't care about people who said we don't need a Pro. Hanzo, you're saying boss hates that mic stand, huh? He sure does. Yeah, he likes to specifically bite on the metal spring, and I hate that because it's like, dude, if you ever break that, like if his tooth can actually, like his fang, like, I don't know, cut a piece of it or break a piece of it, I think it would actually hurt. Doolin, you're heading out, man? Or you're okay, you're all right, cool. Yeah, I felt like I had to get that confirmation because I felt really bad that I missed the first one. Or the last super chat of the other stream. I appreciate it, man. B Flesher, I will keep that in mind for next time we do some members content. Just remind me, all right? In case I forget. He's flossing. Oh my god, he's got hair everywhere. What do you do, bro? What were you doing out there? Boss concerns me, man. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe the layoffs were due to overstaffing. Yeah, I don't know what the reason would be. I mean, they were working on a remake, so I don't know. I don't know if Sony plans to do anything more with Ballistic Moon after the remake. I don't know if maybe pre-orders of the remake are soft. I'm not sure. You're holding off on certain games to play on the Pro. Rise of the Ronin, for example, in resolution mode is very close to 60 FPS. A Pro should be able to do 60 FPS and improve image quality. Yeah, I'm thinking the PS5 Pro will have a boost mode, just like the PS4 Pro did. And you're right, for games like Rise of the Ronin, where it's like almost there, but not quite, it should be able to just brute force its way. It should be able to. I don't say like, for sure guaranteed, but I don't see how it couldn't. Because, I mean, look, the PS5 Pro is going to be quite an upgrade. It's not going to be the biggest leap, but it will be quite substantial for what it's going to offer. Studios always hire for a late push to get things done and meet release schedules. Then they release devs no longer needed. Some are on a non-fixed contract, like 6 to 12 months. Yeah, that's what I was reading about. It seems like that's basically the case with Ballistic Moon. And it makes sense. It makes sense, Astro Bot is a dynamic resolution up to 4K. I wouldn't have noticed, to be honest. Like Astro Bot looks, I don't know, if you told me it was like native 4K, I would have believed you. It looked good. It does look good. I say it looked as if I beat it, but everything I've seen so far, I haven't noticed any what the hell is that noise outside? Getting like freaked out. Like boss is like underneath me here. I keep getting afraid. Because I have a new configuration here. I keep getting afraid he's gonna like knock some shit over. It's making me real nervous. It's sometimes 4K. Heard that Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta and Silent Hill 2 Remake in performance mode also dynamic 1080p up to 4K 60 FPS. So it should run at a higher res on the Pro. Yeah, I saw that too. I'm a little bit. See, this is where I am wondering, like with a game like Silent Hill 2 Remake and Metal Gear Solid 3, like how are they going to look visually, resolution wise in performance mode? I don't know. Did you know that the way our brains are wired, there are certain things we can't even see, like 8K is a joke. We won't be able to even tell the difference. I believe that. I mean, maybe if you look close enough, you can see a slight difference, but... All right, guys. Let me see here. Yep, so we hit the 4-hour mark. Laman, thank you for letting me know. You're saying, I played the Dead by Daylight spinoff, The Casting of Frank Stone. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm going to be getting to that at some point. I am looking forward to it. But it's good to know. It's good to know. But guys, that is going to do it for today's stream. I'm going to wrap this one up. I want to, before I head out, just request, as you guys are leaving the stream, hit that like button for me. You did great today. We're sitting at 315 likes. Let me see if we ever got to that 90% or not that I asked to push for. We're very close. Guys, I will say, the likes that you drop now as you're heading out are going to be the difference maker, because we're sitting at 89.2% like ratio, like to dislike ratio, 89.2%. So every like we get now could push it over the edge there. But I appreciate everything you guys do for the channel. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who dropped some support and fan funding today. A lot of super chats. Thank you guys so much for that. Definitely took the conversation in some interesting directions. Also want to make sure to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped a direct donation as well. That means a lot. And anybody who dropped membership gifts or became a member, thank you guys so much for what you do. Again, we are 100% fan funded, so you guys are the sponsors. You guys make this content and everything we do here possible. And without you guys, I just simply wouldn't be able to do it. So a big thank you. I also want to make sure to shout out Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for all the streams, and he does a fantastic job. If you guys see him in the comments, show him some love. Show him some thanks. I know he really appreciates it. And Devil Shooter, thank you so much for what you do, man. And yeah, that about wraps this one up. I should have a video going out a little bit later today for, if you guys want to double down and watch all the content. And then tomorrow we will have another stream, same time, same place, 12 p.m. Eastern. So I hope to see you guys here. It'll be really interesting to see if we get any type of announcements tomorrow. So I'm going to be going into tomorrow's stream basically like we might have a dearth of topics, but we'll be going into it knowing at any moment, something could happen. And Omen86 with one last, it's actually a super sticker here. Heart. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate all the love. You guys are awesome. Thank you you did it, by the way, with the likes. Let me see. Let me just give you that confirmation. We're almost there, man. I think YouTube's not updating. But yeah, 330 likes. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. And that does it. I will catch everybody tomorrow in the next stream. So enjoy the rest of your day. And until next time, guys, take care. As I awkwardly fail to end my stream the right way, and I'm just sitting here. All right, let's try it again. Take care, everybody.